What is going on, everybody? How are we doing this evening? It is a great day to be here with you. You guys caught me at the wrong week. Hey Audrey, how you doing? I have been pedal to the metal reviewing the rookies on DBB while doing a bunch of other stuff that I got going on, and it made me a little late. I got to be honest with you. But hey, we're here. And so I set the thing for 8:30. Let's get rolling. But moreover, like A Glitch says, he asks, "What's good, Rob?" The answer is a Bears win. And ain't it better to review Bears footage when you won the game as opposed to when you lost the game in some sort of embarrassing way? I mean, it has been a beatdown throughout this Bears season so far. Just in case you're out there feeling like this Bears season has tried you, you're not alone, because week 1 started out with a surprise L. Week 2 then was a game where it felt like Tampa had a stranglehold on a winnable Chicago game for the majority of the contest. Week 3 then, at that point, we go to Kansas City, get annihilated. Week 4, we're in, and then we're out, and we're very out at that point. So brutal there. And then week 5 here, even the Bears couldn't find a way to lose control of this one. It almost looked like they tried. It almost looked like they tried to. It's funny that you say a fairly dominant one. Oh, it was one of the most dominant first halves I've ever seen the Bears play. And then all of a sudden, 27 to 3 became 27 to 11. 27 to 11 became, what was it, like 27 to I can't remember how the score changed. I think it went 27 to 20, and then it became 30 to 20, and then it felt as if the Commanders were beginning to knock on the door. And then all of a sudden, obviously, the game gets blown open. I will tell you what, if there's anything that I am incredibly excited about, if there's one takeaway that I want you to walk away from this game with, it's that DJ Moore is real life, and the Bears offensive line actually has some gamers on it. And I'm a big fan of that. Jordan, how you doing? The entire offensive line isn't like all elite. Like, it's not all beef up there. In fact, you'll see a wonderful performance from 2023 Chicago Bear, 2024 Chicago Bear Chase Young, who has himself a day and a half. Either that, or you can, if Washington decides to keep Chase Young, you can dry your tears with Montez Sweat, who also has himself a heck of a game throughout this contest. But moreover, I'll tell you what's really funny about this. So you got two hands, right? And you got two sides of the scale. And I want you to tell me what you ultimately came away from this while watching it live. Because on one hand, Justin and the Bears offense had a really phenomenal ensemble day. Everybody did a little bit of something. The offensive line was paving the road. The running backs were running like maniacs. Justin was chucking the ball deep, finding guys deep downfield that were separating consistently. We even hit a couple short throws against zones over the middle. We did everything that we could have hoped that the Bears would do. And yet, it felt as if there was a 400-yard day in there based on what Washington was giving away. And so somehow we ended up in a 4-touchdown day that could have been, in my opinion, a Tampa Bay Buccaneers Mitch Trubisky day had we hit everything, but not everybody hits everything. And so that's totally fine. And yeah, for anybody who, like, I would be shocked because if I keep this stream going past 11 or so, it'll be a relatively short stream, and hopefully that means it's condensed, if only because I am just not feeling great. And it's that. Anyways, we don't need to dive into what kind of the flu game is being played with, but let's get to work. We got our pen working. Let's get to the first play of the game, because why wouldn't we, right? And you tell me, because I think that this is so interesting, right? Darnell Mooney comes over in motion. They're in clear man coverage. Darnell wins on what looks like an in and out, like a fake post into the corner. And everybody here that I see is saying Darnell has to just run under this. And I am here for it. Of course, MJ, happy to. Look, I'm here for criticizing a receiver when I think we need to criticize the receiver, but I can't help but watch this route and think that the ball is not where I feel like Mooney wants it. And look, let me draw it for you, and you tell me. Now, it not being where Mooney wants it may not matter, right? But especially given that quarterback is a tough position to play, and when hey Cali Town, or Cali Chi Town, and especially when you're running an in and out like this, oh, it's way less dramatic than that. It's like an in to I'm trying to get the angle right. I want to draw it correctly for once. An in and then a hard breaking out route. I would imagine you're expecting the ball further towards the sidelines because the big key here is that it sure looks to me like Mooney is heading towards the left. Now, JT O'Sullivan, everybody's favorite quarterback analyst, says that he wants Darnell Mooney to run under this. So I'm just gonna let you know that that's what an actual quarterback said, right? To me, I would imagine Mooney is looking for the ball somewhere along the sidelines, which is part of why he's running in that direction. If he wanted to curl up field, he would, right? But it looks as if Fields throws it straight over his head. And now, the main reason I'm going through all the pains of talking about this, because this is actually only just a little piece of the play design, but I love what I'm able to do with slow motion, right? And frame by frame stuff so that we can walk through this. And I want you to envision running the way Darnell does. Because that's the thing, Case. Let's talk about this, right? Imagine you're running the way Darnell is. Your shoulders are pointed towards the outside, and you see the ball, and it's coming over your head. And especially you realize that it's coming over your head right about now, right? So ball's halfway through its arc. Do you think you can realistically, not in Madden, but realistically flip your head around and still catch the ball? Maybe you can if you're a like an elite NFL receiver. Maybe Darnell Mooney can, right? But it sure looks to me, as simple as it sounds, like Darnell simply keeps his eyes on the ball, right? Because to flip the other way, Case, he's going to have to take his eyes off the ball and re-find it. Whereas every time I've ever seen Mooney expect the ball in one place, like we saw it against Minnesota where he did something similar, he expect the ball out, he got the ball up, right? He has turned to face the ball as if he's just watching it, and then he goes back for it. Because I think he loses the ball. Exactly like Jarrell is saying. I think he just wants to see the ball and face the ball more so than he needs to do this or that. Because it does seem like at the end of the day, the ball comes in over there. But that's the thing, like Callie's saying. At the end of the day, I'll take the quarterback's word for it. This certainly seems like a play that somebody, like, could there have been a better ball? Sure. Could Darnell have made a better adjustment to it? Sure. Probably a little of both. But either way, don't we love seeing Darnell Mooney get this kind of open? I mean, in bang. Bears receiver, 2 steps of separation. I think it even gets bigger than that. Like, you've got almost 2 full yards of separation at this point. We love that. Like, especially after last year where it felt like nobody was open ever. Like, it's awesome to see that the Bears go trips from this side. Ooh. And we have switched to later in today's programming. It's awesome seeing the Bears basically go from trips on this side to motioning somebody over, recognizing that, hey, we've got man, right? And then making a play off it. Intriguingly enough, let's see, what do they got here? It's the same article, or it's the same play that they've been running for as long as I've seen them run in Chicago, where you got DJ Moore and Darnell basically going 1-2 right here. And Darnell just totally gets open, and good on him. As far as what's going on behind the line of scrimmage, let's take a look at the line. Because the line, honestly, like, you got a day exactly like this. I think this is a perfect rep to describe it. Because in particular, watch Daron Payne. Because I would say Payne is going to beat Nate Davis, but he gets a little bit of a chip from Khalil Herbert right here that helps Nate Davis get Payne back under control. And then Herbert's there to stand up 52 on like a solid little green dog. And then where's Tanya? Tanya? Is Tanya on the field? What does he do? Is he in the start of the play? Yeah, he is. But so Tanya does a great job chipping. The Bears had a lot of chips. They wanted to help out their tackles, and they did a great job with that. Honestly, I love the latch we get right here. But because you're able to see Darnell Wright anchor and bring him down. Let's take a look, Bradley. So it sure doesn't look to me like the linebackers are biting per se on the Bears play action fakes. But at the same time, I couldn't tell you if that's one reason or another. And you write new poster? Exactly. And then I love the fact that Fields hits the back of his drop, one hitch, throw the ball. If there's something I really think that Jay Fish, how you doing? Um, if there's one thing I think was really exceptional about the difference between really early, say week one, Justin Fields, and this Justin Fields, it's that we went operation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, throw the football. There's a little bit of a hitch still at the top of his route, but we aren't lollygagging on our way to the back of the drop at all. And it doesn't take you being a quarterback coach to recognize that. And I personally think that's a really big win for good old Justin Fields. And so then we get to the second play of the game. We're not going to go through like every play. Like there are some of these, for instance, this one where it is wild seeing the way that Washington wanted to defend the Bears. See, here the Bears have set themselves up into a nice little zone read formation where they'll go zone, read, and then you've got two blockers through the tight ends right here. But the Commanders are going to counter by scraping it really, really hard, where you're going to have 90, I think that's Sweat, just take off towards the running back. And he knows, he being Sweat, that he's got this man right on the outside of him that's going to handle Justin Fields. And this is how you're supposed to play it. Like this is good coaching because he just rockets through and tackles the running back exactly as he should. And so there's like, while in theory you have a pull read, because that's the guy you're technically reading right here, the conflict defender, you also can see in your peripherals, and it's a good read by Justin in this case, that the defense has made certain that there's nothing there on the outside. And when there's nothing there, you just go ahead and let your running back take it. He rolls up, takes the hit, and it's third down, right? And that's the thing. Then we get this route, and man, just go ahead and put a lot of feathers in DJ Moore's cap. A lot of feathers in DJ Moore's cap, because in case you've never seen this one before, it looks to me like it is a slant go, so a sluggo, as you'll see it in Madden. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, does he pop or what? There's the break and there's the separation. And again, that's man coverage. Like, look at this. This is awesome, right? And so you obviously love seeing this from a wide receiver one. It is wild to me that the Commanders were so willing to sit in pattern match cover 3. I'm not sure why they were, to be honest with you, but we'll take it. We will take it because like Moore just snaps him, because the DB looks as if he gets into trail coverage pretty quick. So he's trying to follow him on the inside. And the moment Moore hits him with that stick right there, he's going to plant his hands and suddenly he loses him. The man's not going quite where he wanted it to be. And then, boom, Moore is absolutely wide open. And that's the thing, Prabhat. Like, at the end of the day, okay, so to me, there's a conversation to be had, and you guys can have it all night long. I'm going to try to avoid it. Okay. Not because I don't want to get flamed. I'm not scared. Unfortunately, I'm not scared of a flaming. I already got flamed by the Packers for the Jordan Love video earlier, or Packers fan base for that Jordan Love video earlier this season. And it's exactly what happened. So I'm not upset about it. If you want to check with Justin Fields for most of the day, we still aren't really going to see, like, we'll see some anticipation, but just not that. Oh man, I wrote that in the wrong spot. Like, anticipation. We don't really see it. Like, throwing on time, we see some, but the Bears receivers, for the most part, separated like maniacs to the point where it didn't really matter, because at the end of the day, I mean, see it and throw it, my guy, right? And so I love seeing that the supporting cast was there to make Justin Fields' style work exactly. And I mean, that's what DJ Moore did. Let's see. Spectre, is he watching the safety? I think that's a great question. He's holding the safety for sure. And hey, to be fair, they have given him an absurdly long drop back. Like, catch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can see it right here if we slow it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then an extra step at the back, which is goodness gracious. So good job by Fields to hold the safety while knowing that he's got more in his peripheral. Like, this is great offensive operation, honestly. And let me see, 35 jumping. Does he jump? Right. This guy right here. He just leaps in the air. It's also funny, I think, to see what the Bears are running on the other side. Because if the Sluggo's not there, you've got that Mooney curl that we love on or over here, and what I think might be a 7 stop by ESB, but it's honest to goodness hard to tell because ESB kind of gets locked up on this. But hey, ball placement's phenomenal. I mean, it is a really, really, really wonderful throw. And DJ Moore does a great job of hauling it in stride because he ends up pulling it in over his shoulder, but it's awesome. And I mean, you look at the line lived up to the play. For the third play of the game and the first third down of the game, this is about all you can ask for. Good job, I think, I'm not going to give Lucas Patrick too many good jobs, right? But he does a great job assisting Nate Davis here because Deron Payne is a tough cookie to handle. Tough cookie to handle. Also, this isn't the first great move by Chase. Those come later. But man, what a pretty game. Or like, what a pretty throw, right? Just from a throw perspective, boom. Hard to put it better. So then, let's see, next play of the game. It kind of did. We got to run. The offensive line battles, right? But they don't win. Not on this one. 91, John Ridgeway out of Arkansas. He's going to beat Lucas Patrick. It sure looks like. The Bears go, what is this? Just like I formation, inside zone, I guess. Like inside zone lead out of the eye. I don't get anything. That's fine, right? Let me see. 2nd and 9. Is this the sack? It is. Let me remember what the play they're running is. Because they go play fake. The play fake doesn't help them. I mean, I don't think it helps them literally at all. Like, yeah, they're turning and running as the play fake just does nothing for them, right? What did he say, Cali Chi-Town? And it looks like, at least to me, the Commanders have Tampa on. I mean, I can't say I know for sure, because if the Commanders were playing true Tampa 2, I would expect that corner to sit in the flat, but everybody else kind of sits in the flat, and then you'd get this, and this out here. But let's go ahead and just watch one more time. Like a pattern match kind of or a pattern match 2 kind of thing, which is part of why this would make a lot of sense if it was, because 29 is certainly playing this like it's Tampa. The linebacker does a good job of recognizing that there's nobody in his file, right? And by the time, that's the thing, by the time that they work out, when you say showing weak rotation, what do you mean? Oh, yes, what he said about the Commanders' defense. That's the thing, Case. I think it's a coverage bust, and Fields hangs on more and then looks at Kmet, gets back over to, he goes, at least based on his eyes, he goes 1, 2, 3, 4. And by the time he gets to 4, right, there's a guy on him. Bummer, right? But they can't all be wins, right? Because it's one thing, Bob, when you look at the clicker and you say, what are we doing? But staring at DJ Moore does a great job. Like, that's a phenomenal play throughout the entire rest of the game. And I'm not upset about it, just based on what Fields has given us. But yeah, of course, like if the Bears are starting, I don't know, Mac Jones or somebody like that, you really want them to get to like read 4 very quickly. But it does feel like if there's one thing that I will point out here, let's see, 1, 2. So the quick game footwork is kind of funky, at least what the Bears are doing, because you're going to see a shuffle drop here where shuffle 1, 2, 3, but none of those are like drops. I think he's able to throw this from pretty much here. And then he just keeps coasting in the pocket through his reads because he's hitching on each one. And then he gets set to run, but Blazing Game's open. From the back end, everybody's pointing out Darnell Wright, and you're exactly correct, where he's going to just get beat around the edge. He's a rookie, gets Montez Sweat. There you go. Right? Counting the pocket time specifically, just because I do think that's interesting. I do think that's an interesting thought, Bob. It looks like the Bears get him. Let me see. We're at 2 seconds. That's 3 seconds. And then the hit actually happens around 4 seconds, right? But that's getting to read number 4. And that's just not part of Fields' game right now, especially in a hairball pocket. Bummer of a play, sets up third and 14, and we all know what happens there. And yeah, this is Nate Davis once again is matched up on Deron Payne, and he's able to at least hold him off one-on-one before pancaking him, which we'll take it. Especially a game like this, we will take that. Bears go empty. I love it. It looks to me like they call Tampa again. Now, it's tough because I've never been in a DB room. I've never been in a defensive coordination room, but it sure looks to me like Washington is running once again Tampa 2. And so that wouldn't surprise us. It's a Tampa 2 based defense, and that would put us, let's see, like with him in the honey hole. And then I think this cat is just going to bust. Like, at least from what I am seeing, Mooney's going up the seam. But in most Tampa 2 schemes, the whole reason you have the linebacker running the pole, as it's called, is to take this exact route away. And so when this safety spends too much time looking at Darnell Mooney, I would imagine the defensive coordinator, Jack Del Rio, would get quite upset with him. Now, I imagine that, like Case is saying, this is a cover 2 beater because the Bears are basically going to pop out into what is 3 verticals at this point. And so this would beat cover 2. This would get you a whole shot. But one thing that helps is that 35 busting the coverage means that DJ Moore is like wide open real estate. And hey, you can't fault a quarterback for nailing his receiver in a busted coverage. And I'm not going to. Like, Fields goes, snap, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, set, 1 hitch, throw. Exactly what he should do. And Matthew, that's the thing. In most defenses, I would completely agree with you that Fields' eyes hold the safety. In the case of Tampa 2 in particular, it shouldn't. Holding the safety is more of a single high thing because the single high safety is going to commonly drift one direction or another. In cover 2, he should probably back up. And so what's the play if that safety does his job? Let's see. So because a lot of that's just going to depend on what the reads are. I imagine you're throwing it to Herbert because it sure looks like his first read is Mooney, his second read is Moore, and his third read would probably just be a check down, if I had to guess. I doubt he's going all the way across the formation on 3rd and 14. And Spectre, you're totally right. I mean, the safety's watching Fields' eyes for better or for worse. The moment that you get truly predictable is the moment that you're most dangerous if you can scout yourself, because it sure seems as if the Commanders were glued to whatever Fields was staring at, and then Fields would get to read number 2 on time, and boom, bang, 7 points, right? Which we love. And so let's see here, just watching the offensive line. Good job by everybody. Nate Davis really has his hands full, but you can feel the labor that he's putting in. This is not an easy rep to win from from this. The stunt gets handled, which is all we can ask for. Larry Borum looks good early, and then here we go. And Excellion, while I agree with you, you got to remember that, especially so one of the reasons that Tampa 2 has gotten so popular over the last 20 some odd years is because you're going to run out of space, right? I agree with you that Mooney should be able to just leg it past the linebacker, but you got to remember also that the linebacker has 7 yards of space. Whether it was Tremaine Edmonds or somebody else, I would call this pretty covered up because traditionally speaking, especially with Fields throwing from the 25-ish, there's just not that much space to fit this ball in. Now, if the safety is over here, maybe you throw it back shoulder to Mooney and you hope that the safety doesn't get over there to break it up. It's possible, right? But it's more to say that in this case, this is why you call Tampa 2, because the linebacker has the end line doing a lot of work for him. It's practically a 12th defender in this specific play. Like I said, though, really exciting that the Bears catch him busting the coverage, and boom, DJ Moore, first touchdown, and already dude's got like 70 some odd yards. And the crazy part is that's like a quarter of what he'll end up getting. Maybe closer to a third, but you get it. Christopher, I don't think so, because I think Mooney tends to shred throughout the entire game. He and Fields have a connection that they're going to have to restore, but I will take the guy that's separating and we're just not hitting him with the ball for one reason or another over the guy who, like Chase Claypool, is getting locked up, right? MJ, absolutely. The sideline and the end line, those can be extra defenders when a defender uses them well. And it's one of the reasons that you'll see so many outside corners do what they do. Let's see. The sideline never missed a tackle. I love it. This play is awesome. Let's see. Oh, new poster. If the Bears are in position to get Marvin Harrison Jr., Mooney's gone. In fact, to be honest with you, okay, so I'm going to say something that I don't like. You guys saw the offseason video where I weighed Chase Claypool against Darnell Mooney, and I said, I will be stunned if Darnell Mooney isn't the one getting the extension. The way things are running, I would be surprised if Darnell Mooney gets an extension, just based on results, and they don't seem overly invested in calling plays for him. And take a look at Tyler Scott. I mean, have we noticed that DJ Moore has more wide receiving yards than all of the receivers combined, including Chase Claypool? John, I would love that. I think Darnell Mooney is a 1,000-yard talent, to be honest with you. Like, worst case, I think he's an 800-yard talent. I think Darnell Mooney rules. But it doesn't seem as if the Bears are as enthusiastic about Darnell Mooney as I am, and that's okay. The Bears like really big athletes, and so it wouldn't shock me if that's where they're at. But I don't know. Excellion, it's a very deep wide receiver draft, actually. Like, everybody obviously talks about Marvin Harrison Jr., but from what I understand, there are 7 or 8 like really, really solid receivers that have a lot of people very excited in the first round, and that's if they don't get and one of them you would imagine will fall to the second round. But it's funny you say that, Case, because I would argue that Tyler Scott brings up an interesting conundrum, because I like Scott. What I have seen of Tyler Scott is that he's a really solid route runner. He's fast. There's a lot to like. And I don't think of him as a Mooney replacement. Obviously, he's a different player. I think Mooney's a better separator. But hey, with Scott, you have a solid little player. He has nearly no yards because, totally just Rob's opinion here, the Justin Fields is struggling to get to read number 3. Like, at least on most plays, we get number 1. We get number 2. We are iffy on number 3. And we are rarely, I'm going to put 1/, but like a dotted X over here, we are rarely getting to read number 4. And all that means is that your ancillary weapons that aren't checkdowns, because you're not going to make Tyler Scott a checkdown under any circumstance, that he's not going to get the ball a lot. That's all. And so if Scott can prove himself and become the number 1 receiver on a certain amount of plays, he may get the ball now and again. But right now, it doesn't feel like that's what Fields is trying to do on the offensive side of the ball. And you know what? If we're going to throw 230 yards to DJ Moore every week, I don't really care, to be honest. I love this play. This is very similar to what the Colts did. It's kind of let's see, I'm excluding the check down, John. So I'm talking progression read with the check down being its own thing. Like, we'll go 1 to 2 to check down, which is exactly what Derek Carr did for forever. So that doesn't mean that it's it doesn't mean it's like really core. And Jim, it's funny you say that. I would argue the Bucks game, there was absolutely time to get to read number 3 very often. In the Packers game, I would argue there's time to get to a lot of these reads. The line for the Bears has actually not been that bad, right? But that's not me trying to be, I don't know, like salt on some kind of seasoning. I don't know what that didn't mean anything. It's more that I think the offensive line's been a pleasant surprise. You have to look around the league and you have to remember how rough a lot of the NFL's offensive lines are. There's only one offensive line that is really rock solid in the NFL. It's not true. But the Eagles, which everybody loves to talk about, they're still going to allow pressure around the 3.5 second mark. Like, but that's totally my opinion. Like, Khalid, I'll let you make that decision. I really will. But and anyways, what I can tell you is that Fields' time to throw is still second highest in the league. Depending on who you ask, it might be first highest in the league, just over 3 seconds. So the Fields is certainly challenging the offensive line. But in a game like this, man, the Bears were just they were getting guys open. And I love this play because it weaponizes Fields' athleticism a little bit. It emulates toss crack, but moreover, watch Darnell Wright, boy fast, right? Like, zoom, gets out there, guides 29 out. Look at the distance Darnell has to cover, and look at the speed that he moves with. It's almost like he and I think it's Cole Kmet. I'm going to say this, it could totally be wrong. It almost looks like he and Kmet are running at similar speeds, which is really something, in my opinion. I mean, he is athletic. He is an athletic hoss. And where was Kmet going, World Eaters? That's a great question. I can't tell you. For all I know, Darnell Wright's supposed to head up and go get him. But once you get this wall right here, I have seen a lot of defensive linemen go out and dig the first corner. So maybe Kmet should have touched or like should have turned in. But either way, it was awesome. Like Fields avoids a hit. Had we blocked this guy, like had Kmet turned in, maybe we spring an even bigger play. But it does not seem for some reason like that's what Kmet was aiming to do. So I don't know. And Smitty Q, as much as I understand what you're saying and don't disagree, I think Brock Bowers is awesome. The Bears have Cole Kmet at just as a heavy resource tight end. And if you made me choose between the two, Marvin Harrison Jr. is, I think, the much, much better pick. Not just because it's easier to use a wide receiver. Like, you got to think about it this way, right? If you had MHJ lined up right here, it is very easy to call plays where Marvin Harrison moves over, sits here, and then you could run as much 12 as you wanted with Cole Kmet and Humpty Dumpty, like for all I care, and in 12P, and you'll have Marvin Harrison threatening over here. You'll have like Cole Kmet's obviously on the line, so I'm just going to draw him out. And then you'd have, so I already motioned him, so that's what that looks like. And then you have DJ Moore threatening, and you could put together a really, really solid 12 personnel just with those two receivers. And especially with Justin Fields, that seems to really like his first read. Sure, right? I mean, think about it this way. There's two ways to handle Fields' anticipation. Number one, Fields can get better at it. Don't we hope he does? Thing number two, you can get guys Ohio State open more often. And I'll tell you what, DJ Moore got Ohio State open a lot in this particular game, which is awesome. Don't we love it, right? DJ Moore is built like a running back. I have loved watching his tape. He is so wonderful to watch play football. I'll tell you what's funny is that I don't think his breaks are the thickest in ball, but like he doesn't have Mooney's footwork, but he's really fast. He's built like a running back, and man, has he looked impossible to tackle or what? Like Darnell Mooney, or not Darnell Mooney, DJ Moore is dealing. I love this, by the way. This looks to me like it is a pattern match zone beater where you're going to have Cole Kmet basically just run a blatant pick route for Robert Tonyan to just sit down right there, and Fields hits it in time. Like, pop, 1, 2, throw it. So this is interesting. And I talked about this a little on Twitter, but I am very happy that you guys are here on stream so that I can show it a little bit more plainly, right? When I was watching the Dolphins, something that really stood out to me was this, let me see. Comes from a clip. I don't need a bazillion hours of Dolphins footage, but now you can see me prep it, right? And yeah, Prabat, Humpty Dumpty, he's going to the Hall of Fame. That guy hits. But so, anyways, this step, you see it all throughout the Dolphins tape, right? Um, where I did not yet case, but thank you for asking. But so this step, snap, one big shuffle step. It's similar to a Brady step, but it feels more exaggerated in my opinion. And that's totally just me shooting from the hip. Heck if I know. But it sure seems as if this step right here lets Tua get to a spot in his drop, right? And now with a pocket, sure, but moreover, you're set to throw that much sooner, right? And so then Tua is ready to watch the break happen so that he can throw. And if you watch it, like, look at this. Tua's throwing with some anticipation, but on this play, he doesn't need a ton of anticipation because he's ready to throw so early that he can basically just watch the break happen, right? That guy, I got you. I got you, man. I got you. By the way, let me plug my phone in. Are the Rangers losing? I hope not. I saw Nate Lowe hit a bomb. There have been a couple bombs in this one, but moreover, my phone just died, so I'm gonna plug this thing in. Streamer moment, right? And the Bears still case called a bunch of 5 and 7 step drops, but I thought it was really neat to see them incorporate a lot of these 1 to shuffle step drops. Like, again, watch the drop and you tell me Fields doesn't look more comfortable. Shuffle step, rip it. Are we a little, I don't know, are we a little late? Could we start throwing a little sooner? Who cares? Okay? Who cares? But we hit the throw, and that's exactly what we need to do against a lot of these pattern match zones to just keep the chains moving. The moment we show we've got a gear, right? That can, or we've got a play and we've got a set that lets us take 5 to 7 to 10 yards off of these little zones. Is the moment that you're going to push them out of them a lot. And yeah, exactly like you're saying, I'm honestly a little shocked that they didn't call this for OPI purely because Kmet is so blatant about it. I mean, this looks like a run block. Like, Kmet is just battling, and then he gets off. But there you go, right? Big completion all the same. First down. Is this the one I think it is? I think it is. Dirty route. Dirty route. Dirty. Dirty. Boom. Miss. Right? And what hurts about this play, just look, it's easy to make this look like an Orlovsky thing. Could we throw here? Sure. Whatever. But even throwing in time with what Fields is doing, if Mooney catches it right there or right there, Mooney should be able to turn up field. And I don't want to go all the way and call it an Orlovsky touchdown, but suddenly you've got this guy having to flip and chase. You've got this guy getting potentially picked off by Moore, and this could very reasonably score. Like, this, at the very least, you're looking at what could potentially be like a 50 some odd yard gain. Just because, boom, if we can hit this, like, Mooney undressed his defensive back. 25 here gets smoked. Like, I'll play it one more time in full speed just so we can really take it in, because it is something beautiful. You know, if my system will work. There we go. Up. Oh, it's that shake at the top of the route. See, this is the subtle stuff you're not going to catch on the broadcast, in my honest opinion. Where, like, let's see, he goes out, and then he gives a little nod right there. So the nod makes it look like he's running in and then up, which would make a lot of sense if you were running a post. But instead, he's running that sail route right here, and the corner just loses his feet. Boom. And maybe, Case, maybe, but if you ask me, and this is again just your boy's opinion, right? When Fields is waiting to throw until he sees this, I would imagine a lot of the rules about, oh, come on, man, I was throwing to this spot, and you ran over here, like they apply. But if you're seeing it and throwing it, you would hope that you would be able to see it and know exactly where Moon was going. Now, maybe not, but the ball's pretty far out in front, and that's fine. Let's see here. Like we just did not get him. It's a little further back. It's a little further out in front. And hey, when you look at this pocket, man, how sick is run action, play action? Everybody run blocks. The defensive line functionally doesn't do anything on the play, right? But everybody does a great job hanging in there. Easy or like beautiful throw. We just didn't get him. And at the end of the day, to be honest with you, I would rather leave it to you. The more we do this, the more we do this, in my opinion, the less I'm really gonna work to assign blame, unless I think like the internet's gotten it wrong, right? And I don't really care. At the end of the day, this is great. I love seeing the Bears get guys open like this. And it looks like they've got basically an alert. We can call this read number one if you want to, but I would imagine this is just about never going to be open. And then you've got Mooney coming out on the sail. So that's read number one. And then Herbert right here is a nice little CD, so that you can go bang to bang to bang, one to two to three. And this is going to help Fields play on time in a lot of cases. Now, it puts a lot of the burden of on your wide receivers, because your wide receivers have to get open. Today they did. And let's see. ESB leaks out, but ESB is on like a heavy duty chip block assignment because the Bears are dressing this up like it's duo, basically. And so while he does leak out, that's just a guy popping out and making a play. Thomas, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. I really appreciate that. If you have a question, let me know. Be happy to answer it. And Alex, that's the thing. Okay, so can I just be real with you guys? JT loves Justin Fields. I think Justin Fields rules. I thought Mitch Trubisky ruled. I thought that Nick Foles ruled. I thought that Andy Dalton rules. So I'm pretty scarred at this point. And all that means isn't that I'm trying to dump on the quarterback as much as possible. It's more to say that if you told me Fields is the guy, I'm over the moon. If you told me Fields isn't the guy, I'm ready for it. Not because of anything other than practice, right? And when JT is out here saying that we need to chill it out on the wide open sail concepts, my response is like, why? Right? Like this is something Justin Fields excelled at Ohio State, was throws outside the numbers deep. Why would we stop doing these? I understand we haven't hit one, but why would we stop doing these? Right? Because we can get them open. And so I don't see the logic. I really don't see the logic in saying, well, we should just not throw those, when our quarterback right now, anything inside of this box, I drew it too short. Like anything inside of this box, we are already ignoring, right? And so if we're doing that, then yeah, I need to see the sale. Like we need to have that throw in our bag, just because a lot of the other stuff. No, I 100% agree, Derek. Andy Dalton, what a guy. Nick Foles, run to the L. Like, hey, there have been some good memories with a lot of these quarterbacks. Everybody's delivered us at least a couple, right? But within that, and Eglich, I actually think JT is just a phenomenal analyst. I think you have to take every single analyst, myself included, with a grain of salt. I try to give myself my own grain of salt, right? But within that, I looked at the sale concept in particular, and I say, well, we can't just not throw it. This is one of Justin's things. Like, if we're really, because I hear this a lot, if we're really going to try to design an offense that is entirely, it's entirely here, but also all of the routes are up, that is not a very diverse offense, right? And you may smoke the Commanders, but it may not last. And that's okay, right? But so, at least in Robert's opinion, I wonder how the offense will evolve going forward. Because honest to God, if you hit this, like there are a lot of things you can do. You hit over routes and whatnot. There are all kinds of things that you can do because you can force defenses to make all kinds of space. But or to defend all kinds of space, that is. But then once you're missing them and defenses don't have to honor them quite as much, which it's not that literal, right? Then you may get into trouble. But we'll see. We'll see. But so, and that's the thing, Matthew. Kmet does a great job in that middle section. At least we get there. Love the pocket. I love Nate Davis looking for work. It's a bummer we miss it. Don't hang on it too much. Fields hits some nasty throws, but that's one of those opportunities that we would have loved to have. We don't get it. On to the next down. And we get a nice little screen. Look at Darnell. Look at Darnell freaking right. Like, as he just gets out to the side and actually catches the defensive back. Like, quick step, hits him, and we're off to the races. Doesn't look like a block in the back either. He just gets into his side. Defensive back kind of tries to shield with his body, but man, that is some quick feet. Kudos to Khalil Herbert, by the way, for getting out and blocking right here. Boom. Big block from him. Nate Davis downfield. I'm telling you, Nate Davis has become very unfair. Or not very unfair, but like I think Nate Davis got a very unfair run to open things up in Chicago. I think we're going to really like him for quite some time. Let's see. Alex, you said, Kmet was on the CHGO podcast, that basically he's ready for more opportunities for him and Mooney, with all the focus being more on DJ Moore. I think that's great. Oh, man. And just wait till we get to Jenkins, because Jenkins balls out. Balls out. Bears go with a little tush push. Callie, I thought Terrell Smith's game was really interesting because while Terrell Smith forced a huge fumble, I actually thought Tyreek had a better game, and Terrell basically caught a break, in my opinion. Just like, I don't even think this is a bad thing, right? Terrell Smith did not do anything wrong. It's not like he didn't make the most of his opportunities. It's more like it sure seemed as if Eric Bieniemy approached this short week game and said, hey, what have people been doing? They've been attacking 29. Okay, let's just attack 29, and didn't focus on the fact that the Bears had a separate 4th round rookie corner, like starting across from Tyreek Stevenson. I thought they paid for it. Like, okay, hang on. Let me see if I still have it. Because I might. We'll get there. We'll get to this later, but I posted this exact reel on Twitter. Check out this rep. We're talking about Tyreek Stevenson, right? Looks as if the Bears are running either cover 3 match or catch man. It can be hard to tell which one's which. Everybody ends up taking a man one way or another. Let me see. No, it definitely looks like a zone. So probably cover 3 zone, like cover 3 match with a zone element. And Tyreek's going to take Logan Thomas down the sideline and break this pass up. And I love it. Logan Thomas is not a slow man. And so let's go slow-mo and we can watch it. Stevenson's in his back pedal, breaks with him. So we've got breaks with him, flips his hips, right here, makes contact, rides, spins, and then dives, breaks the pass up. Is he there just a smidgen early? I don't care. And no ref is going to call this, in my opinion, because you're playing at the ball. You've got a referee looking straight at it, pulls Logan Thomas's hand away. That's exactly the kind of matchup that any referee is going to look at and say, nah, man, you're a tight end. You got to just body this corner. I love it because we can see Stevenson's explosion and his ability to keep up with plays downfield evident within a play like this, which I think rules. Loved, Alex, what you're saying about Stroman. Stroman was awesome. And yeah, I agree with you, Case. Like, Stevenson isn't, or what is it? Thomas isn't a ridiculously fast man either, But seeing that makeup speed, like somebody just mentioned in the chat, was awesome. And I agree with you, new poster, because that's the other thing about this. Like, my favorite part about this breakup is not only that it's going to turn a second and long into a third and long, but to me, you need corners that can take downs away. This is a gorgeous throw by Sam Howell. Like, this is a really wonderful throw by Sam Howell. No break in the stride, no misplacement. Like, that's awesome. That's awesome throw. Just calling it like it is. If the jersey was reversed, we'd say, damn, what a throw. And Stevenson's able to get his hand in and break it up anyways, despite, I would argue, like, this alignment right here on a slant go is tough to overcome because you're having to basically break and then break again. And at that moment, it's a chase. And Stevenson makes up a little bit of ground, gets that arm in there. Whoo, yes. Whoo, yes. Plus, we get a nice little route here, which I think he does a great job on. So many people talked about how he's a walking defensive pass interference. I thought this was really, really rad. Where, what is this? 10, feints inside, sticks with it, gets a hand out, stays squared up with him, finds the ball right here. If you can see it, I'll back it up a little bit. It's easier to detect with motion. Snaps his head back, finds the ball, realizes it's going over his back, and just raises his hands and says, hey, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I'm just in my space. Here's a really gorgeous break with the receiver. Almost results in an interception. Sure helps that the receiver falls down, but it's these anticipatory little breaks where Stevenson is feeling his receiver beginning to slow and breaking on the route that gets me excited because eventually you would think that that's going to turn into turnovers. And then the last one, he just locks his man up and gets underneath. And if Thomas is going to throw that ball, and if Howell throws that ball, it's picked off. Awesome. That's just me talking about my guy, Tyreek Stevenson. Because, again, I thought he was awesome. Not orthodox awesome, mind you. But you remember how on a bunch of the streams last year, we talked about how, Alex, how you doing? Thanks so much. So, remember how last year with Kyler Gordon, while Kyler Gordon was getting beat like a drum, we basically kept going through and talking about, like, look at how athletic he is. This is going to click eventually. And then it did. With Stevenson, more than anything, what I want to keep just showing y'all is that athletic toolkit, that ability to play, it's there. And as he starts to refine things like how to be physical within his route stem, like where to break, when to break, from or how to harness your anticipation so that you don't get baked, how and all the other boundaries you got to find in the NFL, I think Stevenson's going to become a very, very, very solid corner. I'm not going to guess that he's going to become some lockdown sauce type corner, but I think that he will be a very core part of the Bears 2025 defensive identity, and that's all you can ask for. Seriously, Drex, that's a huge advantage. Though, wouldn't it be Jalen Johnson? Let's see. Remember we were all excited for, man, TG3. It's not Taylor Gabriel. I'm suddenly losing that. TG3. Am I a doofus? Thomas Graham. Yes. Jeff, how you doing? What's going on? So I'm still convinced to this day that Thomas Graham was more of an attitude issue than he was like a play on the field issue. And so I don't know what happened there, but the people fall out of the NFL for all kinds of reasons, left and right. And so I just have to think that given his talent, something was going on. He, Alexander, I know he went to the Browns at some point and then he got cut and then it was over, right? Grant, I love it. Bears get out. Nothing's there. Throw to Tanyan. We love this. If there is a theme I want us to investigate, because this is totally an impression I got as I was watching the game, just in prep for this stream. It feels as if the Bears are slashing the field in half a lot. And I'm okay with that But again, maybe this is my Bears scars, but a lot of times I hear people bang the table for slashing the field in half. And then if it doesn't work, I hear people bang the table to stop slashing the field in half. And it becomes used as, why are we having our guy read the whole field? He's not good at it. Cut the field in half for him. And then if the defense takes away one half of the field and the quarterback doesn't get back to the other side, we act like somehow we embarrassed him because we only gave him half the field. Feels like a bit of a like double standard to me, but I don't know. And so it sure looks case like it looks like it's, I don't think it's man. I think it's like cover 2, honestly. Maybe. Maybe it's cover 6 with this guy just driving down because he sees a crosser. But Young does a good job here. Usually you do, Case. Usually it's not that prescribed. And Justin does a really good job, honestly, of managing it and just getting a completion. Is it the world's most accurate completion? Not really, but this is a dead play. Mooney's not there. There's no way we have the arm to throw to Moore. Even if we did, he's not open. And so we get the ball to Tanyan. We pick up 3 yards. We move on. Good on you, Justin. The other thing that I feel like Fields did really well was avoid negative plays. Like, if there's anything that I want to tip my cap to, remember how last week we talked about how Fields did so much right, and then New Poster, you and I got into an argument about how important I thought that game-tilting fumble was? Never happened. In fact, Fields was one of the primary drivers in the closeout play, the touchdown throw to DJ Moore that was placed really well on Moore's outside shoulder. And so, to me, if Justin is limited, but we can keep the takeaways down, like the giveaways, I guess, I think you can work with it. I really can, especially because Justin's still so early in his career that that you would imagine, not unlike Russell Wilson, that that Fields will get better at this as he goes. Look at Geno Smith. Like, obviously these passers get better the longer they stay in the league. That's not weird. So your quarterback just has to be good enough to allow you to keep playing him in ways that are successful and let you win. But we'll see. Apologies, everybody. I am not feeling great. So, loved this play. I thought it was more than it was on Twitter. Pulled that breakdown down because it was wrong. It's really easy sometimes. New Poster, the way that I would put it is, so New Poster asks the question of the day, am I in the keep Fields camp now? New Poster, I have been in so many Fields arguments at this point where somebody says, Robert, if Fields keeps this up, how can you get rid of him? And I say, are we sure he's going to keep it up? And we end up at a stalemate that I have now resigned to say, New Poster, I am not going to have I'm not going to have an opinion and just keep changing it every week based on an update. There is no point in saying if the season ends today, then blank, because it doesn't. And so until something gives, we're just sort of riding with it. And that's it. Because like Prabhat said, we're in a good position either way, generally speaking. But moreover, New Poster, if let's say Fields throws for 300 yards every single game for the rest of the year. Let's even drain it to something slightly more realistic. Fields throws for 270 yards every single game for the rest of the year. What, you really think I'm going to argue anything? Like, I'm going to sit there, I'm going to be like, damn, you know what I mean? And then on the other side of the ball, if Fields has 3 more 100-yard clunkers, an 150-yard or an 150-yard game, 1 300 game mixed in there, and then a 3-pick game somewhere else, then I don't think anybody's going to argue anything. So I sit there and I look at it and I think to myself, I think that there are a lot of wonderful people that are wasting words just a little bit, like time, energy, mental health, words, whatever gotcha you want to use, arguing about something that will probably be pretty obvious. I tend to think that if the Bears go suddenly 7, they somehow amass 7 wins after an 0-4 start, that there are going to be that many people that are super duper upset about it. And Bradley, I mean, if there is somebody that I would look at and I would say, ooh, I'm anti you, it's probably Matt Eberflus. I really don't like the defense, and I really don't like the leadership. I mean, even up 27 to I was or even up 27-3, the Bears managed to make that lead feel unsafe, which I am not a fan of, right? Uh but they won, and they're going up against a poor defense next week. And if the Bears get shuttered, they get shuttered. And we break it down and we go, "Damn, they got shuttered. It's not great." And we talk about why it happened. And if they don't, if they just roll, right? Then great. They roll again. And then they go on and they face a Raiders team. But at the end of the day, new poster, as corny as it sounds, because I know it's a bit of a non answer, I just don't think my take matters right now. Like, if Fields ends the year breaking Eric Kramer's record, there's not going to be a lot of arguments that work to not keep him, even if the Bears could draft Caleb Williams, just because what you're really going to convince me that George McCaskey is going to greenlight getting rid of the like first Bears passer to break a record that doesn't like that hasn't been broken, period. But we'll see. We'll see. Uh, Either way, I loved this play. Bears get so one nice little thing. It works out in their favor. I don't think it happened on like purpose, right? Um, but so let's see. I don't actually know, Jeff. All right. Washington's in a little bit of a man-free concept where they're going to pull Velus Jones across this formation. It's funny to me because this is the Velus jet sweep formation, right? And so I don't know if Washington is like watching for it, but they do as Velus crosses the side, pull somebody right here. Thank you, Jeff. Great to know. They push a linebacker right up here to cover the receiver coming across. They pull a safety over on top, like on top of the defense. 13 pops up, and then on the zone reading action, he's gonna scrape Fields. This linebacker, because there's this massive gap right here, is because when you take a look at the formation, the front is 2-3 techniques, so there's nobody in the A gaps. And as soon as this linebacker shifts over, or this linebacker dives down, this linebacker gets in the A gaps, man, he's just running free. He's just running free. And don't we love it? Herbert's a fun runner. I love him. No, Jeff, I know you're not joking because it's true. Boom. It's awesome stuff. WFM, I imagine that that's a coaching thing, like across the board. As in, I imagine that if Velus isn't getting used for stuff, then he's not earning the opportunities. But that's just totally my 2 cents. Boom. That guy ultimately, I think that with Justin Fields. So look, I am one of those people who looks at the results a little bit, but looks at the process moreover, and I feel really annoying. So I'm not really going to do it because at the end of the day, all this is about fun. Yeah, it is nice, Alex. That is some gorgeous cutback stuff. But bang, when we talk about how hard it is to make a tackle as a DB in the NFL, especially against a running back, we're talking about this kind of change of direction and just blowing through an arm tackle like it literally isn't there. Can we give 57 a shout out? Because it's one thing to catch Khalil Herbert, but man, this guy is just booking it the entire time. So kudos to him for being able to bring Khalil down. But so that guy, ultimately, I look at the Fields defense thing, the whole narrative, the whole question mark, and I say to myself, it'll sort itself out. Like, who cares? Have fun with this season. Because if we really stress and strain about is Fields the guy the entire year, we're gonna take something that could be fun, we're gonna make it not all that fun anymore. I'm not trying to be a parent, and I'm certainly not trying to be a nihilist, but I just think to myself that we could ruin this for ourselves, whatever it is. Because if Fields has a really solid season, even a mediocre season, you got to remember, like, because Bunnery, it's funny you say that. Either Fields is our guy or we get Caleb. And in either scenario, like Fields is playing better is going to increase his value. That either increases the value of number one. Well, I guess it doesn't do that explicitly, but the value of number one is either really high or Fields fetches can't say that on air, a ton of trade cap. Because imagine it, right? Well, I'll tangent for just a hot minute, okay? I know nobody would like this. At least we wouldn't like the sound of this now. But let's say that Fields just barely doesn't break Kramer's record. And in a 4-13 season where Matt Eberflus is unequivocally fired, Justin Fields goes 35 or 3750, 550 rushing yards, like 32 touchdowns. And the new coach comes in and he doesn't really, or he would rather draft Caleb Williams. Okay. Right. And you're totally right, Eric. Fields might be the best option available, but let's pretend for a moment that the Panthers land us either number one or number two, and the new coach wants to move on. Sure. Right. We don't have any power over this. So if he wants to move on, he wants to move on. And in that case, you're telling me that another organization that could pick up Fields' fifth-year option wouldn't find it attractive to trade for a quarterback with upward velocity, playmaking, star power potential that just finished a season with functionally Jalen Hurts' numbers from last year? Yeah, like that would have value, right? And so in that scenario, you're looking at getting a first and a second, more than likely. But like you're saying, obvious troll, like the other thing that doesn't help is quarterback statistics are kind of all over the place. And where if Fields ran for 1,000 yards, 3,750 is really insane. But I mean, Peyton rules, people do. You also have to remember that if a new head coach comes in, it just gets hard for them to want to side with Fields, because while on one hand, you've got yourself a, like, while you would assume that you've got a ready-made starter that's already done the development for you, you got to remember that, like, a rookie is not only a quarterback that these coaches seem to love to mold into whatever role that they want to, or like whatever role they want them to be, but also a new rookie quarterback and a new rookie contract by the organization a ton of time, like inside the building. If the new coach comes in, especially if Poles hires him, if new coach comes in and you trade number one and Fields isn't the dude and Caleb Williams is the dude, everybody's fired quickly, right? Whereas if you take Caleb Williams and Fields looks good, but maybe not the man, right? And then what is it? Like Caleb Williams, you get it. Like Caleb Williams just struggles as a rookie. His career is yet to be seen. I don't think anybody's like hurting, because it's Caleb Williams. And that's not to say you don't have to love Caleb Williams. It's more to say that Bradley, that's interesting. But I'm with you, Prabhat. Like it is weird what's going on in Carolina. In Carolina right now, it is defying. Carolina's basically proving that as much as the rookie quarterback can struggle, you do have to find a way to win at least a game or two, and maybe don't run your mouth quite so much, because the moment that Reich said, yeah, I've been involved in some meetings where the owner basically meddled, that's going to create you some problems with the media. And now you got Hunter Henry, I think it was, talking about we just got to get guys that try, and a whole bunch of other things, but like, we'll see. Either way, let's do a little bit more film because my body is failing me. And so if that's the case, then I want to get through as much tape as we can, realistically. Sprint out isn't there. Wasn't there all night. It's a really basic sprint out. Look at this. We're going to get Valus going. We go just bang, bang, 1, 2. And if it isn't there, we throw it away. That's exactly what we do. First down. Good enough little chip. Flick it. That guy, it's awfully tough to tell because right now the Panthers look listless, if you ask me. If they somehow fire Reich mid-season, which seems aggressive, then like I imagine they bounce back a little bit, but right now they are neither healthy nor rolling. And so at least at the moment, it's easy to tab them for a couple more losses, I think, where they're just not they're not the most talented team on the field. Oh yeah, this is this drive. Okay. Second down, we go screen to Cole Kmet, and Cole Kmet gets punched by Deron Payne and loses the football. He's lucky he found or fell on it, honestly. Like I'll skip through it just a little bit because you don't I mean it's not that complicated, right? It's dressed up to look like a rollout. I guess it's dressed up to look like a play action pass. And then Kmet lets him go, catches the ball, bang. Christopher, I'll never understand it. Cole Kmet and David Montgomery seem to share this innate ability to get everybody on their teams to think that they are just the dude. And I don't even blame Kmet at this point. He keeps getting these play calls called for him, right? Like it's not Kmet's fault. The Bears want him to be a U tight end, but it is just bizarre to me that we keep ending up back in this scenario over and over and over, right? Then the Bears run like double stick. Paul Newman, thank you so much for subscribing. Always a pleasure to have new folks around. So 1, 2, we're gonna hit Cole Kmet. Oh, we hit it. What is it? We hit it in stride. Like pop. 1, 2, 3, bang. Part of me almost wonders if Chase Young's outstanding pass rush rep here does a lot to speed fields up, because I thought this was hilarious. Like suddenly, because there's a man in our face, we're going to throw with nearly perfect timing. I mean, we're still throwing after the break is completed, but whatever. We're throwing it into space. Quit falls forward. Blossbog, what did I say? But so I agree with JT O'Sullivan on just from the one thing he mentioned is calling double stick, which looks like this, is a little weird, if only because are we not going to go for it? If we did the job, right? We got exactly the throw we wanted. Did we expect to pick up the first down? And so it is a little funny to see the Bears get this close to 4th and 1 and not tush push, but maybe the Kmet thing I'm spooked. I couldn't tell you. Boss Block, I got you. I got you, man. Like, I hate doing the it's the coaches thing. Man, look at this. Right? Of course it is, Bradley. Of course it is. Where it's like, of course I get sick like this the moment that the Bears actually win a game. But man, what a sick rush by Chase Young. Future Bear right here, right? Just strength, speed, power. Alex, it wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so lean in. Let me tell you a little secret. Your boy right here. If I was a coach, I would be somewhat aggressive, but I would not be near as aggressive as some of my nerd kin are willing to say that they would be. I would have kicked there. Like, to me, having a 2-score lead is way more important than 14 points in that moment, because I've been burned. Like, if I was the coach, would be sitting there like, nah, I've seen this team screw up way too many 4th and 1s. I am kicking this. I don't feel bad about it. I'm kicking this. I don't feel bad about it. We are going to be up 10-0. And that's all I could ever ask for. And so I did think it was hilarious seeing the Bears kick it, and everybody freaks out, even though like Brandon Staley is on the hot seat, partially because he can't get 4th and 1 right. Like, he punts at the wrong time. He punts in the oh man, Matthew, you have no idea. Honestly, Matthew, it's everything. Like having a little tiny baby in the house doesn't help me. Having or like writing for DBB every day is just a lot. And so then the late night streams, like I need to I gotta sleep tonight. But that's all right. Either way, hang with me because we got way more offensive fun as Mooney. Man, oh man, oh man. By the way, when people are like, Robert, what do you think about Darnell Mooney? Like basic over route. Pop, bang. Look at how open this is. Don't care because DJ Moore is totally open. Like, check. This is, if it feels like this pre-snap, I don't care, right? Especially since this is a play where DJ Moore just decides, what if I turned all the tackling down on Madden and played this on easy mode? And then, like, set a couple expletives. Like, DJ Moore is the guy that hangs 55 on you in Madden, like, picks off 3 of your passes and just talks trash the entire time. And I mean, you could just tell, right? Like, dude catches this pass, and what a separation, by the way. So this is a stop route. It's different than a curl because you're going to see, instead of a curl, like a lot of curls are just going to release up and then you're going to curl in. The stop route is effectively a go that then converts into, it depends on how the receiver wants to do it. Like sometimes you'll fade out up the top. Sometimes you'll fade out a little closer. But either way, like, watch this. Just like go footwork. I love dropping the head. Like, it's simple, but I remember when I was in 7th grade football, back when your boy was just tall enough to compete a little bit, they talked about selling the go. And I love him ducking his head like this to make it plain that he's just freaking pedal to the metal. Sprint, baby, sprint. Sprint, baby, sprint. And then get the frick off of me. Like a quick little arm rip right there to steady himself. This is easily the number one trait I know I was excited about with DJ Moore is his ability to stop and start. Like, boom. 3 full yards of separation. 3 full yards of separation. And the throw, like, it's so funny. Because when does Fields throw? Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. Finally, fully out of the break, we are finally starting to throw the ball. Like, as far as when we release it, we are just standing still, right? Whatever. Like we said, one hand, we should throw with more anticipation. The other hand, what if the receivers just got Ohio State open? This is Ohio State open. This is why I compared all offseason on whatever stream you could catch me on. Meant to make a video about it. Didn't end up with the time. I compared DJ Moore to Ohio State Chris Olave because he runs routes very similarly. And like Olave, he's just a phenomenal number 1 option on nearly every play. And apparently he's also untackleable because this is just insane. And he does this twice throughout the game. He's been doing this all season. But like the spin is one thing. Maybe he's a tired rookie. But the fact that he gets out of 22's tackle and Forbes' second attempt and just jumps through it is insane to me. What a guy. What a guy. And Callie, I'm totally with you. Like, it's not like this Commanders defense has been a phenomenal pass stopping defense, which is bizarre because their defensive line is so strong. Also, tell you what, Mercedes Lewis is making me question everything I ever thought I knew about tight ends because check him out locking up Montez Sweat right here. 39-year-old Mercedes Lewis is just going to snap his hands up and say, buddy, you ain't going nowhere. Matthew, it really feels that way. Like, sure, there's a little bit of walk back, but for a tight end on a defensive end, holy smokes, right? Oh, and by the way, Buttery, anytime. Thank you so much for hanging out. Check this out. Sweet baby Tevin Jenkins. Boom. Get off of me. And by the way, don't come back. Tevin plays with hate. Gosh, what I would do to infuse Tevin Jenkins' skeleton with adamantium because he is awesome. He's awesome. If only he could stay healthy. Like, two-handed punch, dig his grave and bury him in it. He came ready to play. Ready to play. Also, I love Nate Davis corralling this a little bit because obviously you got Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne right here. And so he's going to set him, keep an eye on the blitzer, and as soon as he sees the blitzer goes, he steps over, nails Jonathan Allen, keeps everything under control, right? Bunnery, thank you again. Thing just popped up. And then DJ Moore is off. And I mean, come on. Like, I know we tend to not get through every play because of how long I take on every one of these. Does it ever cease to amaze you guys how incredible NFL athletes are along the sidelines? Like, look at this momentum. And then, bang. Just jets down. Whew. Ha! That's awesome, Case. Next play. Is it 4-2 right now? Nice. Go Hawks. Speaking of, how are the Rangers doing? Is it over? Did we sweep? Are they coming back? Somebody's got to tell me. Because if not, I'm going to have to go check. We love seeing Tev climb this pocket. I love it anyways. Top of the ninth, demo. 7-1 Rangers, top of the ninth. Hell yeah. Tell you what, friends. Playoff baseball, it's great. And I mean, it helps when the Rangers are beasting. Like, that's neat too. But playoff baseball compared to that, like, I like baseball well enough anyways. I really do. I think baseball and football are really similar in a lot of ways. Like, just especially because of the play clock. I know they're not literally the same, but the play clock being about 40 to 25 seconds and the new pitch clock being about 25 seconds means that action happens like at similar paces. So it's something I'm very comfortable with. And it was fun watching. I tried to catch as many of the Rangers games as I could, just having them on in the background. But then, Case, goodness gracious, you get to the playoffs, every single pitch matters. Going from 1-2 to 2-2 is huge. And I can't help but just think it rules. If you haven't seen it and you like sports, Akusa, I completely agreed. Like, if you haven't seen it and you like sports, you should go look up Adolis Garcia, the Rangers right fielder, hitting the home run to put them up 6-0 tonight, because it was electric. I'm talking, you get this sassy walk down to first base, like you get a two-handed backflip. Like, I'll tell you, Scott, as a Texan, I think that the visuals, the aesthetics of the new Rangers ballpark are a blatant downgrade, but the experience inside is awesome. It's so great. Like, I expected, Scott, to hate the new Rangers ballpark, but having air conditioning in Texas is a lifesaver. Like, it used to be a tradition that you would just sit through a Rangers game because you loved the team in 100-degree heat that inside the dish was closer to 115. Now you can actually go to a ball game in the middle of June, and it just, like, thank God. It's the Shed for a reason. It looks like a shed. Seriously, MJ, it was like that hit was like, oh shoot, here we go again, like that meme. But anyways, oh boy. Okay, good. Watch Tevin. We'll go slow-mo on this. Like, unintentionally gets his pads just a little, or his hands just a little too in those pads. Heck yeah, Damo. Get the brooms out. Sorry, Orioles. And then Tevin's going to climb to the next level. Hand off Patrick as much as he could. I mean, seriously, to me, Tevin looked like a different man. Like, I would tell you guys, if I thought Tevin still looked like the somewhat slow-footed guard with utter power in his hands. No, I thought Tevin just looked like the Bears' best offensive lineman throughout a lot of the day. Like, the limited snaps that he had, his feet looked quick, his head looked aware, his hands looked violent. He was a nasty, nasty, nasty man. to have to deal with. And I can't wait until he's full time because he was just ripping on people. Like, he's playing like a guy that understands that there's money at the end of the table if he can stay healthy and succeed. And man, some of these reps, he is just making money for himself. I loved I liked this one because I love cheating, right? I'm not even playing with you. My whole outlook on penalties changed once I realized how many you get away with, right? Like, look at this. Tevin Jenkins, is it a hold? Yeah, but also the defensive lineman doesn't do anything to sell, right? But in case I don't blame you. So this play is so funny to me because in college, I find that there's nearly no chance Roshan is losing this battle. In the NFL, if there's one thing I want Roshan to change, my guy, we've got to control contact sometimes. Like, I love the physicality. Who doesn't love this kind of hit? But there's a reason we got concussed. And I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I do think he's fine at the end of the day. I certainly hope he's fine. But taking on massive, massive contact like this will not work forever. Like, this is exactly why you see so many running backs, once they start to get teed up on, just turn a little and let this guy take you down, right? Because Matthew Brown, exactly. Like, if he makes just the littlest cut right here and this guy brings him to the ground, he's totally, totally safe. Like, and I'm sure that's what Roshan is to some degree trying to do. But even cutting a little this way, like, is going to mute the contact. We just have to control contact because I'm a mechanical engineer. I was a mechanical engineer in school. They collide head to head, and it would be hard for me. I can get out the diagrams if you want, but the amount of force that Roshan is taking straight in the face at this point is insane. And you can't do that forever. Callie, the defense did not get flagged, probably in part because the running back sure seemed like he wanted the contact at the same rate that the and that's the thing, Drex. I don't blame Roshan for being like, it's you and me, big dog, but also, like, I would prefer Roshan stay healthy, and I'm sure you would too, especially when you see that this guy's got a beat on you. Just, you don't need to take this hit. I love that he wanted to, but you don't need to take this hit, in my opinion. But that's me nitpicking. Got to be so plain. Because I'll tell you what, can we talk about how, okay, so would you believe me if I told you that Roshan Johnson ran a 4.58 and then David Montgomery ran a 4.63? Does Roshan feel only 0.05 seconds faster to you? Because I think Roshan looks like he's probably 2 full steps faster than Demo. And that's not me trying to dunk on David Montgomery. He's fitting the Lions system really well. He just plays without any hesitation, catches the ball, gets upfield, no wasted movement. We're not going to focus on the injury anymore. Like, look at just how quickly he gets uphill, and suddenly you've got a chunk play, which I think rules. And so, Drex, I would argue that he just doesn't hesitate. Roshan, to his credit, in Robert's opinion, knows the value of go, baby, go. And so within that, thank you so much, oh my Josh. Like, within that, you get Demo with, in so many cases, Derek, I mean, there's a lot of weight on your shoulders, right? But you got to remember that David Montgomery loves that step that he takes, where he takes the handoff and he goes bang, right? And then he's going to go one way or another. Whereas in Roshan's case, I'm sure you've seen it, the guy just goes. Maybe there's a hole. Maybe there isn't. He's got the vision to identify where the hole is and isn't, so we know that, but he just books it, right? And I love that. So Bears are 10-0. Let's see. I like at least going through the first 3 drives with you guys, and then we'll skip around a little more if we want to. I love this play, by the way. Is it intentional grounding? Yes. What would the penalty have been if it was intentional grounding? Well, you would have had the ball moved back to here, right? Just throw it. Like, I love this. I love this play. I love this play because, like, just throw it. Make him call you on intentional grounding. Bet you they won't. They just don't. And so many quarterbacks have gotten away with murder from a throwing perspective. And so I loved seeing Fields. I mean, that is as blatant of a throwaway as you're going to get, like within the pocket too, but they don't call it. So to me, good job managing the situation by Justin Fields. Now, this is one of those like hater moments, right? Where now stopping the clock case in this case wouldn't be huge because I'm pretty sure it's the first quarter, right? Let me see. Like stopping the clock is neat, but you're not really convinced that you're trying to stop the clock in the first quarter. Like you're not thinking about it at the very least. But so one thing I think is hilarious is that I'm pretty sure, I mean, don't quote me on it, but this sure looks like an whatever the inverse of dagger is for Cole Kmet, where you're gonna have DJ Moore clear some space. Like let's see. DJ Moore clears space, I think, for Cole Kmet to beat number 87 on this play, which, man, if that's really the play design, this thing takes forever. Like, I'm not trying to hate on Cole Kmet. Way too many people basically try to make a career out of hating on Cole Kmet. But to me, I would probably not run this play again. Just because I don't think Kmet's that dude. And that's okay. Like, especially since one thing that I might at least consider is, I don't know, a stronger check down option. Because it sure looks like Kari Blazing Game's running like an angle route or something, which, like, why? Right? But within that, it's like, I mean, you say Mark Andrews case, even the fast ones, right? Like Indianapolis has Will Mallory. We loved him from the draft. What is it? Tyler Higbee on Los Angeles. Like faster tight ends, you can just book it, get across the field, get over the top of the guy. Now, Zariah asks some great questions. Do I think that the god of tight ends, Brock Bowers? I'm kidding, but like Travis Kelce. Let's use Kelce as an example. Do I think he scores? No, because at this point, Larry Borum really gets beat that badly. Like, somebody mentioned it earlier. I think it was Drex, but like, I don't love the play concept, but it sure doesn't help anything when number 99, so keep an eye right here, does this to you. Here, we're finally just going to leave Borum one-on-one. And I mean, you tell me, but that sure looks to me like just walking through him, right? Like, pop, 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 pop. Quick little move. Please get out of my way. Thank you very much. Hey, Justin, it's been a while. Like, he fast. And then Darnell Wright gets beat on the other side. Like, Montez Sweat's a really good player, and especially edge rushers that can bend the edge really well. They're catching Darnell Wright's footwork not being ready yet, right? But so if you, in my opinion, like watch really closely for what Darnell Wright is and isn't, I still think his footwork is coming to life. Like, especially as a rookie, his kick step can often be just a little bit too labored. He ducks down here. He'll get caught lunging a lot. And then if he doesn't land his hands, and he doesn't in this case, the guy's going to get around the edge. Now, one thing Darnell does do is this, and I'm a big fan. He will just blatantly hook you at the end of it. So if you have space, you'll just step forward, and at least it'll take a while, right? Like, Callie, I thought the same thing. I made the same joke to a friend of mine today. I was like, Atlanta needed to trade for a receiver so that they could just have Ritter ignore another receiver, but whatever. Within this, it's just funny to me watching Wright because he does a bunch of the veteran savvy things. Like here, he's got his hand on Sweat's jersey at this point, and he's just going to control him a little bit, but Sweat has easier access to Fields because obviously there's no pocket to step into. But I would say Wright does a great job. So this is what I'm used to. If it almost sounds like cope, it's because I'm used to tackles just getting beat so flush that there's nothing you can do. Like, boom. With Sweat, he wins. He wins pretty definitively, but it still takes him a little while, right? And within that, you can play quarterback, right? You're not going to beat the other team's like superstar, probably 22, $25 million edge rusher on every play. You're just not, no matter who your tackle is. But if you can slow them down, like make that 2 second win take 2.8 seconds or something like that, you can move as a quarterback. Love just throwing the ball, getting up, and saying, nope, I was throwing to him. Chase Young is a dog, Drex. Is this the play? Oh, man, I didn't realize Roshan got back in the game after that. I totally assumed he was gone. And then here's another Chase Young moment. You want to talk about speed? Go, 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 go. Boom. Now that is a backside chase down. Tell you what, by the way, just comparing two chases, Chase Claypool, Chase Young, both players are in big years, right? Like Chase Young, obviously coming off of his injury, and then what is it? Yeah, Chase Young coming off of his injury, and Chase Claypool heading into his 4th year. Chase Young looks like a player that had a point to prove. Like Chase Young sure looks like he's trying to earn himself some money because that is a wild player. Wild player. Wild player, if you ask me. Like, Grant, I'm with you. Chase Young looked like he was trying to sell himself to Chicago just about. Like, holy smokes, if you ask. Like, man, did he look good in this game. And it's funny because most of these, of course he is Dark Wolf, but it's more the effort piece. I really am shocked Chase Claypool, gave up so quickly, right? Like maybe he would say, well, no, I didn't give up so early, but like it felt like Chase, even in week 1, was throwing out unplayable blocks. And I'm sitting here like, there's just no way that Chase, you really thought, Claypool that is, that you really thought this was going to get you paid. Like, if I was Chase's agent, I would have been furious because what do you do with some of the stuff that he put on Bears tape? Like, what do you do with it, right? How do you sell it? With Chase Young, I will happily hand this guy $30 million. Are you kidding? Like, if Chase Young hits free agency and that's what it takes, yes. Like, I'm not even playing. The Bears have a freaking load of cap space. And especially, like, let's use the world where the Bears are going to get MHJ and a defensive tackle or an edge rusher. If you got Chase Young, injury history and all, right? And you got, or like, if you got Chase Young as your edge 1, and you got, I don't know, Dallas, what's his name? Dallas Turner out of OU, like, or not OU, he's out of Alabama as your edge 2, as a top 10 pick of the draft. Like, and you got Marvin Harrison Jr., your team is kind of stacked. Like, it's not that simple. Obviously, I'm right there with you, Zaraj. I think Connor Williams would be a stud. But within this, I look at so to me, I think last year's free agency class was like really, really low. I don't know how Washington keeps the band together. Like, because I would tell you, John, I have been around football enough to not have a particular preference. I will say either of these guys can absolutely play for me, and I will figure it out. Like, I would argue you're going to get higher highs, but you're going to get less games with Chase Young. With Montez Sweat, you're going to get a lot more games. You're going to get a great edge rusher. We've already seen him win a bunch of times in this game. Chase Young did not have a phenomenal game run defending, but as a pass rusher, sweet jeepers, was he good. With Sweat, I think you get a slightly more all-around player. But at the end of the day, only one of them is likely going to make it to free agency, and I will take that other one. And that is, I will be so happy. Like, because the Bears are in a bit of a spot. They don't have a lot of great options to add defensive line talent. These things take a while to build. And free agency isn't a great, free agency isn't a great vehicle to, to add guys anyways. But within that case, it's like, if you can add a first round caliber like edge rusher in free agency, you almost don't even need them to be truly good just because they're butthead. Thank you so much. So glad that you enjoy it. Like you, if the Bears just had one of those guys on their defensive line, especially if you pair him with the GOAT Andrew Billings, then you need a three tech. Sure, maybe you get so lucky, and the Chiefs let Chris Jones go, and he's on the open market. Doubt it, but maybe you do, right? And within that, I just look and say to myself, you can piecemeal together a much more NFL viable defensive line. It's not going to be good. Like, take a look at the Eagles, take a look at the Vikings, take a look at any team in the NFL, and you'll see that any good team with a good line, the Vikings are the offensive line, the Eagles are both lines. Like, it takes years of constant investment into these lines for them to be really star studded. And the Bears are just 2 years away from all of the investment required to be a stud line. The line as it stands is a problem, and it needs to not be a problem next year, regardless of what the defensive scheme is. And so I just look at the existing like options. I'll tell you what, a game like this has me salivating because it does take multiple first round picks, Matthew. And there are a whole bunch of ways for the Bears to get those first round picks. There are a whole bunch of positions to use those first round picks on. There's just going to be too many first round picks, honestly. Like, or there's not going to be enough first round picks. There's going to be too many players that you would need to add. You got to work with what you can get, at least a little bit. And being able to pay the piss out of one of these guys would be a nice start. If you get half the value back in actual like on-field play, good. Right? But if you get all of it, oh my gosh, that's a steal at that point, just because you normally don't. But the Bears need, and I mean desperately need, an edge one better than Yannick Ngakoue. Desperately. Tumultuous, it goes fine, I think. Like, yeah, Green Bay is absolutely beasting. The Bears offense just came out and just kind of stunned the Commanders. Like, they're running the ball fine, but it's a lot of these like 3rd and 6, these third down plays in a lot of cases where stuff just worked. Like, this throw is badass, but it's so funny because it's just a true timing throw. And this 1-2 is awesome. Play design wise, I love it. Like, looks like you're going to get another slant go right here. But my favorite part is the fact that Mooney is running a whip route that's also open. I mean, you want to talk about... Gotta play mod again. Let's see. Like, boom. First, let's watch more, and then we'll get to Mooney. Bang. Like, so you get hard cut, or what is this? Because I'm apparently incapable of speaking. You go hard cut. It's going to force the corner to break. And then one plant and up. And I love the almost like karaoke grapevine footwork to pop up. And then Fields puts the ball in his spot and Moore goes and gets it. I'm very curious. I'm very curious to hear what you guys think. In my opinion, this is one of those fade balls. Fields throws it well. I think quarterbacks get sometimes too much credit for fade balls because I kind of see it as you put the ball up there and you let your receiver go get it. Like, I would tell you that if it was Joe Burrow. I would tell you if it was Jordan Love. I would tell you that if it was Justin Fields. Like, I think the ball is great, but I do think, Case, what I'm really trying to say is, let me be so clear. There's a ball. Let me see. It is, I'm going to pull this up. I can't believe I actually have this. To me, these balls are really impressive, right? What I have come to just become what I've become to become very impressed with is when a receiver is going to break underneath a zone defender. In this case, it's Brisker coming down, and then you get a DB or a wide receiver breaking right behind Brisker. And if we go just through right here, you see Hal wind up as the receiver is crossing Brisker's face, and Hal rips it, gets a nice completion just in front of TJ Edwards, who's hunting it. Like, Edwards is looking for it. He's not surprised. And to me, these are sick. These are super, super sick throws. At least they've become the plays that I have become really enamored with over time. And that's not to take credit away from Fields as we talk about a ball like this. It's more like, yeah, I mean, granted, it has like the design piece, the fact that the Bears are running so many double moves and what look like choice routes to some degree, and the fact that your wide receiver one is just going to body his DB like this. Come on. How do you not get, like, you mentioned this case about like he could have sold it so much harder. In this case, he's just gonna flat play him. Like, he just beats him. I eat this up. This is awesome. This is awesome, in my opinion. Whether you want to give it credit to Fields, you can. Touchdown passes are rarely not on the quarterback, especially with the quarterback having to throw with a man like in his face. Davis does not win this one. And so sometimes I would love to be able to ask offensive linemen, what on earth are you doing, bro? Because Lucas Patrick just keeps his arm out as Nate Davis is clearly losing and just doesn't help. Like, he's got to be able to feel him too. Like, Nate or Lucas, what are we looking for? Help your guy out. He was there for you. Why aren't we there for him? Right? And man, rip. But it's what is it? It is more getting this ball that I'm obsessed with, because I have seen so many plays. Look, you could say it's Darnell Mooney, but it's been so many Bears receivers where they just don't make a contested catch like this, and Moore makes it and literally runs away with the ball. Like, I mean, snag, 2 feet, get out of here, baby. And that's the thing, Alex. Like, I'm obsessed because in my opinion, Moore being able to go fish this thing out of the just behind the DB is so sexy. Like, that'll play. And that's the thing. To me, if at any point you ever sit there and you hear somebody with a straight face say, yeah, but I mean, why on earth would the Bears ever think about drafting another quarterback? I'm not going there. If we end up there and people go, well, why would the Bears ever think about drafting another quarterback? They're just gonna ruin him, right? Whew, I don't know about that. This guy's under contract for 2 more years. And that's if you don't draft yourself like a Marvin Harrison Jr. to go with him. Like, boom. Come on. Yes. I mean, DJ Moore right now is like number 2 in EPA generated by wide receivers. He's number 6 in terms of like EPA per play, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, oh my word. Oh my God. It is so awesome. Like, I was so excited for a reason. Like, man, Damo, that is awesome. And that's what's so funny, Alexander, because if you're thinking about the pick that I'm thinking of, the one at the very end of the game, Christian Watson does nothing to help him out. Like, Watson doesn't post up at any point there. And this, DJ Moore sees it, posterizes his guy, pulls it in. Yes, please. Like, I love it. And AC, at the end of the day, building around your quarterback is important no matter what you do. No matter who it is, no matter what you do. Also, again, this is where if you ain't cheating, you just ain't trying. Guess who doesn't get the hold because the ball's out on time? Darnell Wright. Right? Like, again, I am so happy that Darnell Wright is loose with the rules, because if you give him another half second, Wright is being plainly called for holding. I mean, he's holding him, right? But because the ball's out on time and because Wright is willing to take the hold as opposed to just losing with, I don't know, dignity or grace or whatever, you end up with a guy who's blocked at the end of the day. And Washington can be yet another fan base that's going to point and go, that's a hold. Are you kidding me? And I just don't care. Like, I've been on the other side of that my whole life going, Max getting held. What are we going to do about it? Nothing. So hold, right? Like, Braxton, hold. Right, hold. TJ, hold. Nate Davis, hold. Like, go for it. Make them call it. Make them call it. And get the ball out fast enough that the official doesn't get the chance to. Right? I love this stuff. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, in my opinion. Khalid, we are. Except we're not that. I think the Lions were like top 5 in EPA per play, etc. on offense. So it's a little different, but yeah, you get it. Exactly, Alex. Exactly. And Eric, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to ignore you. In my opinion, I would tell you that to me the 2 feet rule is what makes it fun. Like, I'm with you about how 1 foot would basically artificially increase the catch radius, but I also think you'd end up with a bunch of guys that would just get blown up out of bounds or as they were falling, and that wouldn't help. And so to me, the 2 feet rule is part of what makes it so fun to see these exciting catches. Because then when you see, what is it, Odell Beckham Jr. reach back with one hand, snare the ball, and somehow get his right foot down at the same time, it's just unthinkable. It goes from that is amazing to that is amazing, right? And I am a massive, massive fan of that. Plus, who doesn't like Eric, you're also talking to a Bears fan. And believe it or not, I lean defense. I love offense, but I lean defense. I want the defense to be able to win. What's the fun in a 75 to or in a 70 to 63 game? Honest opinion. Like, I know there's fun, I know there's touchdowns, but to me, it's these like 24 to 27 games, the barn burners within that are, I think, electric football at its core, where you get a couple stops, you get a couple turnovers per team. Like, I love the fact that football is the equivalent. Football's the equivalent of in baseball if you could just do something and then bang, you're on offense. Like, I don't know what that would look like, right? But it's just so sick. And yes, Butthead, I do remember the force out calls. But let's see, Khalid, it's been a while. It's been a while. I guess, Case, you've got the triple play, but and that's part of why I think the double play is so great in baseball. It's so funny because I will hot take you, and then we will get back to this. That or like we'll get back to football. That I really think the pitch clock shaving nearly an hour off of games is it's just such a blessing for baseball. Like, that made this so much more tenable, and it's awesome. But anyways, I want to go through the first half offense purely because the first half defense, because I'll tell you with a straight face that I think that Washington basically just got shell shocked. Like, it's not that the Bears did anything too crazy. They just let me use an example. Okay. And I mean, you want to talk about the value of one player making one play? Come on, you know it's coming, right? You know what I'm about to talk about, don't you? But so, and oh, by the way, Brandon, just quickly on the baseball thing. I didn't realize, because I thought it was I thought it wasn't real until I read it, that between 2010 and 2020, almost an hour had gotten added to each baseball game. Like, the pitchers and the batters were apparently just taking so long between pitches that the pitch clock basically brought it back to where things had been when we were kids, which I thought was really interesting because baseball didn't feel like a slog. And no, Prabhat, you shill for cricket, or like, you shill for cricket. Go for it. Like, cricket rules too. Baseball, except each batter only gets one life. But so, oh my gosh, Dark Wolf, they really were. And if you're gonna watch a 3-hour baseball game, you're gonna get a oh my gosh amount of offense. And who doesn't love watching the ball get hit, right? So, anyways, Bears are gonna start the game. Did they start it in cover 2? They almost look like they're going to. Not quite, or maybe, but a quick run. Could it being a Thursday night versus a Sunday game? Yes, BG. Okay, so BG, gosh, I wish I had the ability to highlight your chat thing. I've tried to put this together. But so BG Bears fan says, could it being a Thursday night game versus a Sunday night game have been a major reason for why Washington looked like they were sleepwalking or like in the first half? BG, absolutely think so. I think the short game plan meant that Washington said to themselves, for better or for worse, they said, look, we just got out of an overtime game with a Super Bowl, or the guys that visited the Super Bowl last year. We're going to be fine. The Bears are winless. They're listless. This is like, we're going to blow them out. They did not blow us out. And so I can't help but think that in a true Sunday game, I love the Bears, right? But Washington's game plan did not start to click until halftime. And I mean, they got blown out on the defensive side of the ball. Like, it's not it wasn't the Bears offense that I think things could have really changed. The Bears offense kind of just whooped ass. Credit to them. Guys made plays left and right. Look, old Charles Leno on the move. I thought it was just so funny that we get to see, we get to break down another Leno game, and he has another very Leno performance throughout. But within this, it's like they came out with this kind of vanilla paste game plan. And then, John, don't you dare spoil it, because second down, they just throw it out to the sidelines. Because, I mean, they're sitting there thinking, what? They're sitting there thinking, okay, it's probably cover two. Why wouldn't it be cover two? So we're just going to take the snap, throw to the flat. And you want to talk about, like, every down matters? Stevenson turns, is just going to put the Jets right here, make a tackle, and they don't give him the first down, if memory serves. No pass rush. None at all. Right? None. But I'm pretty sure they hit him with 3rd and inches. Yeah, they hit him with 3rd and 1. And they just apparently didn't watch any tape. Right? Like, Prabat. He's just huge. Like, where's our guy that does the Chuck Norris things with Andrew Billings? Because, oh my gosh, Billings has made a lot of huge plays. Has he made one more important than this? I'm convinced Billings makes this play and takes 3 scores off the board. Because normally, defenses had no issue with rhythm. Or offenses had no issue whatsoever with rhythm against the Chicago Bears. Suddenly, on the first 3rd and 1 of the game, Andrew Billings, I want to swear, but I'm not going to, just annihilates the play. Like, I mean, huge. There's Jason. Like, this is a monster play. Like, hand swipe. Let's just live it in all of its glory. Hand swipe the center. Get out of my way. You are going down, baby. No chance. And since the loss, there's no tush push involved. Like, first 3rd down of the game, and number 97 said, "Pay me, Ryan Poles." Like, oh my gosh. Howell isn't even out of his handoff. Like, he hasn't handed the ball off. and like, man. Censored. There's no way. Were you not in here just a couple weeks ago? No, I got you. You can go look at all the breakdowns. We just had to shift over. But seriously, Prabat, it's like he did practically call a game. And I mean, it's awesome. Like, and Billings hits the tackle too, which is just massive. And suddenly they go from 7-0 to 10-0. Walker has the 2-year deal. What is it? It's when Billings does a push-up, like the earth shakes. I mean, this is just so core. If you can get this kind of play as a nose tackle, again, I'm not trying to make anybody salivate, right? But like, imagine this kind of play as a nose tackle, any defensive scheme. Imagine this being Chase Young, this being, I don't know, Jared Verse, somebody like that, and then like a free agent 3 technique of some kind. Now you got a defensive line, right? And so honestly, John, Andrew Billings is like a 20 pounds heavier version of Dexter Lawrence that they won't let rush the passer on 3rd down. Maybe it's a stamina thing, but It is insane watching him play because that is just a monster play that I am convinced from that moment. This is basically my thesis. From that moment, suddenly you don't get back on the field. Like let's talk about this, right? Yeah, right, Eric. I think people can forget the human element, and maybe it's because I've been watching all this baseball, right? But so you got the ball with 10:42, right? The 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 Bears had possessed the ball. They hung 7 on you. So you're already behind on Thursday night. Nobody wants to start behind, right? Scripted drive, nothing to think about, right? Um this is what would you call it? Like this is a rhythm play that I don't think anybody's actually expecting the Commanders to not get, us included. And Billings goes in there and says, "Nah, it's going to take more than that, son of a gun," and sits him down. From there, it takes another 6 football minutes for the Bears to go pick up another 3 points. Now you're already down 2 scores. Fourth offensive snap of the game. Like 10 football minutes have passed and you are only just now getting the ball back. I am convinced that in this game in particular, the Bears actually saying we want the ball and then scoring and then Billings making one stop just annihilated any emotional rhythm that Washington had. It's totally just my 2 cents. But if I was on Washington, it would have been tough to stay composed. It's a Thursday night. Everything's a little more off of emotion. You're all playing sore, right? Um, and then the next couple plays go the Bears' way, if I remember correctly. I think they get 2, 3 and outs here. And man, the Bears just want to stunt all the time, which I think is hilarious. Um, Ha! Jason, I love that one. Like, here's Andrew running around. Hal doesn't like what he sees. Let's see, what's the play call? Oh, man. Stevenson midpoints the hell out of this, Paul. So it looks like the Bears are running, you guessed it, good old fashioned cover 2, baby. And they've got a smash concept on. And it looks to me like Howell hangs on the smash. And Stevenson does a great job getting depth and midpoints it. So that means if theoretically you were to check it down to the flat, you're worried that the corner is going to come down there and make the hit. If you throw that smash, you're thinking he's going to range back and pick it off. It's really, really good. It's really, really good play from number 29. They check inside. Howell's got a scramble. Howell being willing to just hold onto the football like crazy was a real boon for the Bears defense. I mean, after all, they got 5 sacks. What is it? They just like blew up the oh my gosh. They blew up their sack total, right? Yeah, Pravat, you're exactly right. I mean, I'll tell you what, I want to do a bunch of like coursework in the off season, but man, Elijah Hicks's alignments are just insane to me. Like, what are you scared of? What are we so nervous about? Right? Oh my god, I love that, Jason. I love that. The Guinness Book of World Records one. But so like Elijah Hicks plays, he practically takes himself out of the play on nearly every play, and it drives me wild. I mean, it drives me crazy because I don't disagree with you, Bob, but you're not cutting anything off out there. Like now we're defending with 10 men because you're in the wrong place. And that bothers me a lot because the whole purpose is just that you like in, I don't know, zone defense that you defend with 11 men. But Hicks will just backpedal to the next state over. And it drives me crazy. And I don't know. Like, Sean, that's the other thing. Like, censored. We've gone a little bit over the offense, and yes, Tev did look awesome. But I want to do this thing if I can, where we catch up a little bit on what the defense is doing while the offense already did their thing. So we've covered through 17-0, right? But within 17-0, what happened on the other side? How did they keep it up? And this is how. Like, another thing that the Bears caught a bunch of breaks on, this happened with Denver too, is penalties. Like in this case, it is 76. No, it's not. It's 71, isn't it? Let me see. Yep. Justin Jones catches it. So now suddenly, instead of 2nd and 6 and being on schedule, like I'll give the Bears Tampa 2 credit one thing, or like credit for one thing, and that's that penalties really hurt the offenses that are up against it. I mean, until you can pick up however many yards you want to on 3rd down, which they did plenty of. And censored, it sure helped that Howell is not a blitz beater. Howell made some throws in this game. I love that, Jason. When the boogeyman goes to sleep at night, he checks his closet and under his bed to make sure Andrew Billings isn't in there. But so within this, it's like Howell, of all the quarterbacks that the Bears are going up against, because we saw this, right? Baker Mayfield is going to kill you, like if you blitz him a ton. Kirk Cousins is going to kill you if you blitz him a ton. But Howell, while he can throw the snot out of the ball, like he's not a blitz beater in the conventional sense. And so since he'll hold on to the ball a lot, I think that really helped the Bears. Here's another huge play by Fat Baker. Is that what they call Howell? Here's another huge play by Billings. Like, seriously, you think that you want to talk about heart and soul of the defense. Say what you will, but is that D-Walk? No, it's Yannick. Look at Yannick being part of a good play. Like, they get over and they stop this wide zone run, force him back up the middle, and DeMarcus Walker comes through for a big tackle that puts us at 3rd and 10. Like, I love the range that Billings shows. And I mean, sure, you can wrench him out of the way. That's what teammates are for. But you stop him. And number 97 is just such a key cog to the Bears defending nearly any run. And so then you end up at 3rd and 11. And I mean, the math says you got to stop a couple of these now and again. And I can't remember exactly how the Bears stop it, because it looks like they're in. Oh, yes. Look at this. We're got a man blitz. Or it's a zone blitz, technically. But like, it looks like a 3-3 blitz. I don't know what they're actually called. But like, boom, 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 boom. Basically that, right? I love Tyreek's physicality. What he does up here is completely legal, by the way. Like, if you run into the corner is allowed to defend his space. He just puts him on the turf. Brisker does a good job defending it, but seriously, like you can tell nearly that they said, I don't know what, by the way, Howell is doing passing on this. I like Terrell Smith. Who doesn't? This is this is so open. Like, Terrell is a little scared of NFL speed. I don't blame him. Like, out of his shuffle, he's not really keeping up. But instead of, this is where I'm obsessed with guys like Stevenson that are much more naturally aggressive. Stevenson does not care. You want to run into him? Run into him. He thinks he can get his hands on you and run with you. With Smith is worried about getting beat over the top. And so instead he allows a route that I really don't know why Howell turned away from this. Like, I understand there's a little pressure, so it could easily be the pressure, but this is open. Like, this is, bro, why aren't we open? Or like, why aren't we throwing this? But the Bears will take it all the same. And kudos to the blitzer, because I love this. Man, watch TJ Edwards and tell me that this isn't inspired, right? Like, check out this blitz. Because it is, Case. And so, like, TJ Edwards doesn't sack the quarterback, but like, look at this. Comes through with velocity, bang, shucks the running back. The running back does a phenomenal job trying to stop Edwards on this play. Boom, but stays in front of him. And then Edwards just keeps going to war, like, to get to the quarterback, and ultimately forces Howell to move. And it's a huge play. Like, tell you what, there is some truth to the idea that it's one thing to be big and fast, and it's another thing to be a natural blitzer. Because Jackhammer Sanborn is very similar to this, where to be a good blitzer, you also have to be physical enough to get through the blocker when you need to. And seriously, Antonio Gibson, if this was Roshan Johnson, I would be saying, "Oh my gosh, this is a phenomenal blocking rep." Like this is this is awesome from the running back. This is awesome. But Edwards does a really good job of just speeding that clock up. And kudos to Matt Eberflus for recognizing that, especially against a guy like Howell, yeah, go for it. Now, if there's one thing to worry about, lowercase w, worry. It's that it's all on tape now. Like, the Bears didn't do this, right? Like, maybe there was a little against Denver, but this whole game, I don't have the numbers. Somebody go look it up. I would swear to you the Bears blitzed on 30% of plays, which is not what they do. Normally, they hover around like 12 to 15% at this point. And so the if there is a worry a little bit, it's that you've got to think that they are going to that teams going up against the Bears are going to make sure they're clear on their hot route. Not because they're expecting Brian Flores, right? Who's blitzing on nearly 44% of plays. But Jason, thank you. And actually, I'm surprised I was that close just because it was a straight up blind guess. But Howell doesn't actually have a blitz answer here. Like you would need to, honest to God, you would need to throw something like that. Nick, anytime. Quentin, I also love the mug front with the two tackles. I thought this was like, there was a lot of stuff that was kind of fun. And that's the thing, Alex. Our run defense has been awesome. You can ask Jason Hesna why it's been awesome because he'll let you know. Like, as much as I am completely, no, I'm not messing around, right? Like, Andrew Billings has been a defense-changing player. It's shocking because we're talking about a 1-year signing, and he has been a defense-changing player because on key rundowns, on like on key rundowns, on like, I don't know, normal downs, first and second downs. Like, as much as I would play around with you and, I don't know, make grandiose statements, seriously, Andrew Billings has been the player defenses have to account for, and offenses have to account for, and he's beating you anyways. Like, to me, the craziest part about Andrew Billings is that there are a lot of times where offenses are trying to double him and get him out of the game, and the moment they don't, like, man, he'll just eat you up. And he's rushing the passer at a decent rate. It is just crazy. It is crazy seeing what he'll do. And also, we're getting to it later in the game. Devon Dexter comes alive a little bit, boys and girls. And it is awesome. Like, honestly, Alex, he has. I love the front stuff. To me, is not near as helpful as the fact that the Bears committed to blitzing. They committed to blitzing. Because as much as the double A gap front is nice, just look at the play, right? Q, and envision if Edwards isn't coming, and they're not, they ain't gonna get anywhere. Yes, he did, Austin. Yes, he did. But so within that, like, I can't help but think that the 5-man rush just has to be a thing. Maybe not every single play, but man, if you can get that kind of blitzing quality from TJ Edwards, great. And then, so we're talking about pressure because this is a thing, right? Especially in football, but this is true in baseball. This is true in hockey. Offense can be defense. And the moment that you annihilate a team's game plan and you say, hey, it's the second quarter, you're down 3 scores, like 3 true scores, what are you going to do? Like, suddenly you're going to have play callers that may not, this isn't a shot at the enemy, because I don't know if they've been in a position like this before. And they certainly weren't expecting this against Chicago, of all teams. But you're flipping through the play sheet like, oh my gosh, like, do we stick to our plan? Because we've only run about 6 downs. Like, this to me goes under discussed. When an offense goes 3 and out too often, they have no rhythm. There's nothing to fall back to. It isn't even that this or that is working or not working. It's the fact that the Commanders, to this stage of the game, didn't have a first down yet. So so what's going to be your first down, right? Have you even seen the opposing defense enough to know what they're going to do, right? This is like swing at the first pitch. Oh, I'm going to shut down with the baseball metaphors because that one didn't work. But it's more to say that to me, what the Bears did best was they capitalized on a Jack Del Rio defense that was handing them opportunities. Take them. And on defense, they rode the wave because once things flipped over to halftime, the Bears defense looked much more like the Bears defense. But all the way through the first and second quarter, the Bears defense looked like this not Bears defense version of themselves that I think was a huge, like, it was a very important point for the Bears to get there because it's their best way that they're going to keep points off the board. Basically, Fields can win the game by himself, almost literally, if off vibes alone, he puts pressure on the other team. If you give, to use an example, let's say the Bears do what they've been doing, they score early in this next game. Like, they, for a little bit, case, but so let's say the Bears score early, but they only get 3, right? And the Vikings come back, they take 7. And the Bears, they go 3 and out the next 2 drives. I have a feeling the Vikings might bury Chicago. This is another game, not unlike Denver, where the Bears offense has to come out relatively. They basically have to just stay competitive throughout, right? The Bears are not a team, defensively speaking, that I think is built to get buried and then like root yourself and pull yourself back out of it, right? And they basically did, Nick, like because it just isn't a rundown anymore. Like, and Dark Wolf, I would agree with you if talent was the issue. Like, to me, the Bears defense isn't beating people because their defensive backs are so good. Like, right now, the Bears are beating people that didn't make any sense. Let me back up. Justin Jefferson not being there is obviously a huge deal, but I would argue that with a zone heavy, especially a spot drop zone heavy defense, the real problem here is number 8. It's Kirk Cousins because Kirk knows where to go with the football. It's not that Jalen Johnson is bad. Just wind your mental back to Jordan Love. Like, Jordan Love isn't good. Those receivers aren't good. But they were still able to move the ball like maniacs against this Bears defense because if you get the wrong alignment of cover 2 and you have a slant route that just inserts itself between 2 zones, there is no defensive answer. Like, there are major issues, I think, within the schematic, like, within the structure of the Bears defensive scheme. I don't like it. And especially quick throw quarterbacks. This is what I think is so interesting, okay? The Bears offense should have a pretty hefty advantage over the Minnesota defense. Now, I've said that a lot. You guys have been following me for a good little while. How often have we said, the Bears should win this, and then they don't? So I'm not looking to curse nothing. But interestingly enough, it is players like Josh Allen. It's players like Jalen Hurts. It's players like Sam Howell, like play extenders that hang on to the football that let these zones get set and then get smoked at times. A lot of the quarterbacks that are that are more playmaker than quarterback seem like they're having trouble, right? Kirk Cousins, Jimmy Garoppolo aren't that guy. And I'm so intrigued with what's going to happen because I would tell you, Sean, I would tell you, Alex, I would tell you, Dynasty Mancan, that the quarterback matchups that the Bears have coming up, like the nightmare matchup for this Bears defense is your Joe Schmo backup that knows where to go with the football and distributes. Those guys are smoking us right now. Baker Mayfield do not do anything impressive. Jordan Love did not do anything impressive. And that's not me trying to like take away from Baker. You get it. Like Pat Mahomes did some impressive stuff, but he played the most generic version of himself. When did the Bears defense start looking like they were flashing? When you started going up against playmakers like Russell Wilson, who it took him a little while to figure out where he needed to go with the ball. When they started going up against Sam Howell, who still put up 388 yards, he just did it in the second half. Alex, exactly like what you're saying. I am so intrigued because I don't know what Flus is going to do against guys like Kirk's the big one. right? Like Jimmy's one thing, but the Bears have to figure out what they're going to do against Mac or like against Crosby, right? And so that Raiders team is so intriguing for a multitude of reasons. But I am so interested to see what the Bears do against these quarterbacks where like throwing hot is what they do, bro. Like their whole thing is just take the snap, throw the ball, and get out of the way. Wash your hands clean. And so I'm so curious because if there's a straw that's been stirring the Bears' drink, it is the fact that their run defense is not awful. Like if Minnesota comes out, so if Minnesota comes out and they go 5 wide, like nearly the whole game, they should rip the Bears up. That's what Washington pivoted to. It totally worked, right? You go empty against the Bears, you're gonna get a matchup you like. You're gonna get a wide receiver against a, or you're gonna get a wide receiver against a linebacker, and the linebacker is gonna look lost. Like it's gonna be free money. But if the Vikings do what a lot of teams have been doing lately, and they line up and they try to go run game against the Bears, they got to get past number 97. I'm not even kidding. Like they're way up in pass attempts per bot, but I'm so interested in just how each team is going to approach this. Q, is it really about to rain? I didn't know that. And like you're saying, Sean, I I actually think it works out to like Minnesota's benefit that they're only so good at running the ball, if only because they tried to hitch everything to the run game. And if it hasn't worked, like throwing the ball is what I think Kirk does really well. And so we'll see. I will tell you right now, just put my hands in the air. The Bears win this game either way, right? Let's, I'll say this once, then we'll get back to the breakdown um, for at least a little while, and then we'll retire things. But if the Bears lose, the Vikings become a 2-win team. Kirk Cousins is definitely going to stay in Minnesota. The Minnesota Vikings will continue to try. They will not fire sale. The Bears pick will get better. We will get a more definitive answer, one way or another, on Justin Fields. Moreover, Matt Eberflus, and then Carolina's probably going to lose. So, in a sense, even losing is good. Winning is good too, because if we win, it's almost entirely, like it's almost a near certainty that if we win, Justin Fields played pretty well. I have yet to see a game in Justin Fields' life. The only one has been the Texans game, where Justin Fields has been any worse than just meh. Like meh or worse. That's a huge, huge, huge bucket where Fields has to be at least, yeah, that's pretty good, for the Bears to have any shot of winning. Do you know how many Mitch Trubisky losses or wins we broke down where Mitch was flat out bad and the team won anyways? Like that's the Bears I know. The Bears I know are we passed it 7 times and we won the game. Like it's wild to think about what this franchise has done. And so when I look at it, they didn't win the Browns game, right, Tyler? Are we talking about that? Like, but so within this, like I look at this, let's see, Steelers scored 17-1. Exactly, Dark Wolf. Like they're doing the thing that we did for Mitch Trubisky with Kenny Pickett right now, where they're like, it's not about the stats. He's just a winner. And I'm like, oh, have I heard that one before? But anyways, not to make this about hating on Kenny Pickett. It's more to point out that I think I am so enthralled looking at this Vikings game because either the Bears set themselves up for a run I did not expect, right? Or the Bears lose a game, give us answers. We may not like the answers. It may be medicine that we don't want to take. That may happen. It may. I'm not about to pretend it'll be fun, but it will be healthy for the organization. Because if there's one thing that I don't want, just talking it out with you guys. Even in this game, which we're going to continue to go through for at least a little while longer, the defensive scheme is better, but it's not good. You still need players that have to make plays. And I mean, better players would certainly help in a lot of this. Like this defense to me, what the Bears do in this one is more NFL normal. Like, but I'm not going to forget that the Bears were, 5 weeks of flat out NFL, or 4 weeks of flat out NFL unacceptable. And there's a lot of people that I know would say, well, yeah, but Robert, I mean, come on. Are you sure that that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it's a relatively new team that all got put together? And I'm like, I have seen way more complicated defenses get installed like in training camp. And so I I don't know. And so for me, if there's anybody that I want gone, it's Matt Eberflus. I really don't love the leadership aspects of what he's brought to the team so far. I'm not trying to whine, but like Claypool stuff, tumultuous, like finger pointing, like the organization basically all dive bombing each other. That has been normal in this regime. Like and it's so funny, Blazing. Like you talk about LB or Flus, but the linebackers have not developed super well. We've got TJ Edwards playing a little bit, but to me, Tremaine Edmonds is emblematic of how poor this staff is at getting the guys that they envision to play big roles, not playing big roles. It really bugs me. It really bugs me. And so maybe it's this or that, but like, let me see. Maybe it's just me, but I still feel like if next season is decent, even if the season is decent, he still ends up gone. Alex, I hope so, because I see it the other way. I see it as he has to lose at least 12 total games. And maybe with 11 he's gone. But you have to remember, Alex, don't think here. Don't think here October 10th. Think January, right? Like think in January. If the Bears are 6-11, that means that they will have gone 6-7 since September, right? They went 0-4 and then they went 6-11. And that's easy to sell to George. Like, especially if they win 7 games. Like at that point, now you were 7-6 after a bad September. You go, whoa, the Alan Williams news really hit us hard. And then, obviously we had to find our footing, but we found it. Like, and I think that would be easy to sell, especially since if Justin Fields goes out and breaks Eric Kramer's record, you think George McCaskey wants to fire that offensive staff? And what? Is he going to promote Luke Getsy to head coach? No. So you keep him at Eberflus. So I don't know. Like, and I'm with you, John. It's all about the D-line. But let's see. Dynasty, did we really fail if let's see, did we really fail if the guy can't learn the playbook? It's not that complicated a playbook, in my opinion. Censored. So did we really ever hear what happened with Alan Williams? Not yet. And I'm not going to speculate. Let's see. George McCaskey would be handing out ice creams to the whole team if we went 7-6. Well, including this game. But yes, like if we went 6-6 from today for Bot, I absolutely think he would have a single scoop vanilla ice cream ready for everybody. No way, Spectre. No way. Here's Terrell Smith missing a tackle, but Greg Stroman coming and making it up for it. Like, so this was something I thought was really interesting. Smith seemed as if he was kind of clunky coming out of his breaks. This one's pretty good. Like here, he ultimately drives on the guy, but you're going to see this catch step as he turns where he loses a lot of speed and ends up relatively upright. And then we blow the tackle. Rookie. Why am I being specific? Because there are people pointing to Smith and they're being like, this guy is a badass. And I think that's great. Like, guy scored really well with PFF. I am not trying to take the sizzle out of the steak for you. I am pointing out that, at least in my opinion, I don't see the level of athlete that you see on a lot of guys. Also, let's talk about your boy here, Kevon Dexter. Like, check this out. I'll just let it happen first. So, Dexter developed a pass rush move that you're going to see more effective later. And I can't believe it's real. I've never seen it before. Now, I'm not the most D-line schooled person, but Dexter has just started punching people in the shoulder. In this case, he might just hit him in the face. But, like, he just rears this fist back and smokes the guy in the shoulder and then tries to rip under and run through him. It works later in the game. Like, I mean, you want to talk about one way to leverage the fact that you're a super strong dude? Yeah, this is one way. Just boom and slip under the guy. Why not? Right? But like, the reverse club. Like that's the thing. It's kind of similar. What is this? Like John, it's or let me see, Jason, it's kind of similar to the reverse like to the club, but it is just so funny to me watching it in action cuz like it works. Certainly works well enough, but it is Quentin where it's like it's just a big man making it a fist fight. Also, I'll tell you one thing that really bothers me is that we're still playing Zach Pickens at one technique. I mean, in my opinion, here. Come on, Robert. This'll do. Tell me that these guys are the same weight. No way. Right? Like Pickens looks 300. Look at 90. Look at Raheem Green. Like Raheem Green looks like he's closer to Pickens' weight than Dexter is, or than Pickens is to Billings, right? Think about how big Billings is. Remember that Billings is playing that nose tackle position on running downs. What? What? We get a nice little rep from Pickens later, but the more I watch him, the more I'm like, no, we can play a little bit at three technique. Why are we making him one technique? Like when we keep asking him to take on these double teams, it just doesn't really. I did WFM. That was bizarre. Like we keep putting him in positions where he's going to take on these double teams right here, and that's just not his game. He's like literally not big enough. I mean, Pickett or Dexter is big enough to at least handle it with some grace, but Pickens isn't big enough. He's not trying to be big enough. At least he wasn't in school. I thought this rep was hilarious. It looks to me, so watch Terrell Smith on this. I can't tell you exactly what the coverage is because it might be a check for all I know, but it looks like Smith sees the guy go past him, realizes he just busted the coverage, and just hightails it back a little late. It's totally just my 2 cents. But it looks like he goes, huh, wait a minute, shoot, and just goes back to try to midpoint it. But I mean, he sells out and sprints back to it. Thank you, Elijah Hicks, I think this is, for ranging over and taking this throw away. Otherwise, Hal absolutely would have thrown it. But nice catch by 82 Logan Thomas to pull a low throw, really low throw, out of the dirt. And like, we would love this. Boom. Low ball. Lean into the tight end, or lean into the linebacker. Go get you first down. Let's see, John. Do I think Eberflus survives if he goes 6-11? I think it is too close to call, and I don't know if I want to call it. But I will figure it out. I will learn how to live. I will learn how to love again, if that's what it comes to. But it is wild going, this is cover two. This is cover two. This is not cover two. In this case, let's see what do we got here. This is a 5-man blitz where they're going to have. Does Dexter fall off on purpose? It is hard to tell, right? You got to remember though, John, Nagy was at the end of his contract. Whereas with Eberflus, like it's all going to depend on vibes. If Fields is good and they're 6-11, Flus may stay. So this is a better rate. Thank you, Aplo. Good point. Dude. But so this is an area where I've seen Terrell struggle in particular. It looks like they're going to run a smash like if it's not smashed directly. And because Smith is going to be aware, 8-9, he definitely stays, Bryson. Because he's going to be aware of both routes, you're going to see that Smith gets a little too caught up, in my opinion, of paying attention to the route that's going to go over his back. And because of that, his center of gravity gets kind of mucky. And so his first step out of his break is too slow. And the NFL receiver is able to make a move on him and go get himself a first down. Look, I'm not dunking on Smith. You just don't see a lot of these clean plant and drives that you'll get out of more experienced DBs. That's the key here. Experience. I think Smith looks like a heady zone defender. Long, physical once we get into the end zone. But but Washington realized that he's a rookie, we should pick on him, and they definitely made some headway. And he had some nice tackles, like definitely some nice tackles, but there were plenty of moments like this that you could tell Smith is the DB of the two that has by far the least experience, and that is okay. Um, it is. That's exactly right, Prabhat. Where it's like we love the tools, we do. Uh, I do think Prabhat, just letting you know that there is a long speed question that I would like answered. Uh, I don't know how Smith is going to handle guys just ripping down the sideline on him. I don't know if he's got the gas to keep up with him. One thing I love about Stevenson, Q, have you seen these when you're watching the tape? Stevenson will have these moments where he's the backside defender. Like, okay, so where's Stevenson right now? He's over here. Where you will see like do we remember the screen touchdown for or the screen nearly touchdown for Aaron Jones in week 1 Green Bay? And in that play, Aaron Jones catches the ball, runs all the way down the field, and it's Stevenson on the backside that chases him down and gets him out of bounds. Like Stevenson has speed at his size, which I think is really impressive. Not to mention, and I think it's starting to show off a little bit. Q, if you saw it, great. If you didn't, I know you were there. Stevenson took over the Senior Bowl, which I thought was awesome because to me, the Senior Bowl is so wide receiver friendly that when you as a DB can, like to me, Case, you can't teach size and speed, but that doesn't make you a DB. And so the like within that, if you can add size, speed, and swag, simple as it is, those are going to be our 3 S's for DBs, then you're probably going to be pretty good. Like if you as a DB are like are not just big, not just fast, but you're confident and you feed off of it. I think that there are tons. Case, that's hilarious. Let's keep going here because this is a big drive. What is this? 0-17. Here's Tremaine Edmonds. Eric, you asked me if I could find you one good play that Tremaine Edmonds makes. He and Dexter combine on this one. Dexter, so it's 2nd and 1. So technically the Bears are going to give up a first down on this play. But all the same, I love seeing Dexter engage his man and hold up like he needs to. Engage, one hand, rip, make the tackle. Thank God, right? I love seeing the strength pop a little bit. Now, these exact kinds of plays, just why are we putting Zach Pickens right there, right? But Tremaine does a good job of carving his way around the tackle, Leno, and making a little run stop. Yay! Tremaine is struggling right now. Great play by Smith on this one. Like, no notes. Here it's just, oh, they're coming for me. Break, tackle, boom, 2nd down. It does seem as if the real difference for Smith is when he's getting doubled up from a route perspective, then like he's going to play hesitant because he's just not as comfortable knowing where he needs to get his eyes. But once he realizes that he doesn't have any, like the number 2 receiver isn't coming for him, in this case, as soon as he sees that receiver go there, he's like, all right, I'm one-on-one with this guy. And he just bolts. It also may have been, what is this? It also may have been man coverage in the first place. By the way, John, Greg Stroman was player of the first half. Like, if it wasn't Andrew Billings, it was Greg Stroman because he was all over the place. And speaking of Andrew Billings, come on, give me the back angle. I love these. I love these so much. Big man is coming for you. Quick hand battle. Press. Even shoulders. What on earth is Leno doing? Leno with the huge cut block. Even Justin Jones wins this one with a nice little like lane right there. Forces Howell to get the ball out. There we go. 2nd and 7. And it's so funny, censored, because I don't want to go too far with this, but if we broke out the Houston tape against the Bears, the Lovey 2 was way more dynamic. Woo, how you doing? Like the Lovey 2 was wild. And that's the thing, Prabhat. So Smith can run a 4.41, not the concern, but his jumps and his shuttle were horrible. So there's questions about whether he can flip and like start it, you know? Like how quickly do you start the engine? Because if it takes you multiple steps just to get up to that speed, it's as if you can't run it, right? Is this Strowman making another nice tackle? And hey, Eric, if we wanted to go here, I mean, it's covered up anyways, but like this is why they drafted Edmonds. He looks like a spider, like ripping down the pole like that, guiding this man into the safety. If he's not here and instead he's back here, you can fit this ball basically on the guy. But with Edmonds functionally going stride for stride, you're fine. It's one of the main reasons that play right there, that's the $18 million play, for better or for worse. Oh, Dark Wolf, Edmonds is fast. It's just a matter of, is he in the right spot? Because then this happens. I don't know whose fault it is. You tell me. John Harbaugh, I think 2 3 tech, like 4 tech, or I think he could probably play a little bit of 5, to be honest with you. At least that's the height and weight that's the weight that he's at right now. But there's a rep that we'll get to later. It's just one rep. But he does ignore the run fake. He's one of the only that does per bot, and he does it consistently. But I'm surprised Sanborn doesn't reroute number 2, like collision him at the top of his route stem. Hit him. I don't know if that's the play call, by the way. Remember, if it's not obvious, I don't have 12 years of NFL experience. But generally in zone, you're not trying to just let the guy go like this. And then Hicks, of course, is dropping to his spot. He's neither covering this nor is he covering this, which is, it's just Elijah Hicks being Elijah Hicks. And man, Case, you talked earlier about like throws that we would be flaming Justin Fields for. Oh my gosh. Remember the drama with Darnell Mooney up the seam not long ago? Man, that is yawning open. That is yawning open. Oh yeah, tumultuous. That grass is on lock. 2 knows it too. But I mean, how could you not? The hick too. Goodness. There's something constantly electric about seeing a defensive back get open downfield. Also, I know he doesn't do anything on this. Sometimes it's just a guy's style of play. Quentin, for some reason, I feel like you're this kind of guy too. Billings' constant violence and more or less like an almost unstoppable nature. Like here, he gets, is it triple teamed? We can call it triple teamed. Like it takes 3 to shut him down. So what's his next move? Plant hard with this massive left foot, put your head down, and just go back to war. Do what you can. Like Billings absolutely has this like never stop fighting attitude. That kudos to DeMarcus Walker. He's kind of a dude too. Like at least in terms of being scrappy, Walker really works hard. Now, I would love it if he was our edge 3 without any question. Eric, you asked earlier, oh yeah, we just need to add 2 new starters. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the Bears guys are rotational, and that's okay. Like they came over from rotational spots and they would play really solid like ball. Also censored, quick question. How many Giants games have you watched? Because I don't know if you know this, because I haven't watched so many that I could call myself an expert, but I know a couple guys who live in New York, and they have an unkind nickname about John Michael Schmitz that reminds me of my time in high school locker rooms with the name of Schmitz, if you can pick up on what I'm putting down. And so the case, not only do the Giants look bad, but their entire offensive line, that includes the center, getting shredded. Now, is Schmitz going to be better long term? Probably. But I do think that Bears fans have invented the Pro Bowl center that they did not draft, that's not been JMS so far. Like, I can't say he won't become that, but right now I'd rather have Stevenson based on what I've seen. Not because Lucas Patrick has been super duper good either, but it doesn't seem as if JMS was, because I did have a couple concerns. I thought JMS was going to be a really solid center. God dang, God dang, God dang. Come on, come on, come on. Two hands, eat the double team, control this gap, force the running back to bounce it. And you know what? What if I take that gap too, baby? Oh my God. Okay. It takes being a real king to just grab a man in the crotch and tackle him straight from the cup. That is grip right there. I would be shocked. Rip into the lane, arm tackle, like brings him down for a huge run stop. And Unique looks like he gets erased, but one arm, not just one arm, Spectre, but like one arm full extension while going down. Come on. That is insane to me. And now you force like a third down, but 72 definitely helped a little bit. But yeah, Spectre, that was one of those where it's like, all right, and now 3rd and 9. Like, I think I didn't realize, because I knew he made the tackle, but I'd never looked at what he grabbed onto. That is outstandingly funny. Can't believe. Okay. Now I'm just hating. Okay. Now I'm just hating. How many safeties don't pick this ball off? How many starting NFL safeties somehow don't go get this floater? What are we doing? Right? Like, again, now I'm just straight up hating. Sean, that's a Bojack pick, but that's like a lot of it, or that's like a lot of safeties that literally just run under this ball. Like, I've just seen it too many times where so many safeties. Case, it's ironic because we're going to go all the way back to the first part of this with Mooney. So many safeties just look up and they run straight and the ball falls into their hands and then they just turn around and start running up the field. Like, I mean, what are we doing? Like, Hicks, come on, my guy. I'm glad we got our hands on it, but like, we made this so hard for ourselves. But man, and I get you, Dark Wolf, but that's just one of those, to me, hilarious ones where I'm like, what are we doing? Looks like we send Tremaine and drop TJ, by the way. So like, there's a bunch of these looks that the Bears spent them. They spent them all in one game. We've also got all-star, we've got 2022's sack leader jumping in on the play. Oh, don't go there, Q. But so we've got Brisker in on the rush. Looks like the Bears is that 7? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys. Yeah. So this is a get the ball out, I dare you. Oh, and who wins but Brisker? This is why he was the 2022 sack leader. This is why. What a guy. Automatic pass rush win. I think that's awesome. But so, kudos to Brisker. Honestly, like, good job. Because he just plows through this. Throw goes up. I feel so bad. Like, watching it from this angle especially. Turn. What if I screwed it up. You could see that moment where he goes, I got this. No, I don't. Nope. Well, now I'm done. And then, oh, is it offsides? Man, what a bummer. Oh, yeah. They flagged Dom Rob for being in the neutral zone. So that's great, right? We talked earlier about how penalties are or penalties rule, but like this is or not those penalties. 3rd and 4. It did look like Claypool tried to win a contested catch. That is hilarious. Oh man. So first of all, I'm certain this is an illegal shift because he doesn't get set. But even within that, anybody who complains again about Tyreek Stevenson, you know, I love the guy. He got baked on this play. He went flat route. Nope. But that's what pressure is for, baby. And who is it? It's I think it's Justin Jones. I was stunned TJ didn't come up with this pick, by the way. For no other reason than I wanted it for him. But it's Justin Jones that gets the big defensive line hand on it. And I do love the energy that defensive linemen have when they do make a play like this. Like Justin goes from hands up, block the ball, straight into no way. Like, now you are out of here from 93. Everybody else still running around, but at the moment he gets that, he's like, yeah, it was me, baby. Gervin is just a huge dude. Like, you can really see it when he stands up straight too. Like, he'll just long arm. There's a point where he's going to grow into some strength, and he's either going to just like throw guys around or not. And I'm with you, Haplo. Like, to me, there's a good and a bad. Well, not a bad, but like, what'll be interesting to see. This is where football is a marathon and not a sprint, even though you've got 17 initial sprints, right? Or 17 like littler games. Now, all these pressure looks are on tape. And so I'm curious to see how defenses are going to react, or not defenses. I'm curious to see how offenses are going to react as they go through and they, what's the word? Like, I'm curious basically to see how Minnesota is going to prep for a Chicago team that now just ran a bunch of pressure looks. Like if I was Minnesota, and this is totally just what I would do, I would probably have somebody in my staff. Like I imagine you already did this anyways, but the moment that Chicago game is done, I'd be like, they hung 40 on the Commanders. You got to watch that game. You got to write a detailed report about exactly what we got to be looking for. And once we beat the Chiefs, like I'll come back and take a look at it. You don't beat the Chiefs, right? But like you're saying, Haplo, the ability to drop into cover 2 from this look, knowing that you've already brought a 5-man blitz, should actually make some of the disguises work. Who's to say why they picked to do it now? Because they did it with 2 rookies, which only furthers the argument that they could have done this whenever they wanted to, but they didn't. And then we get this. And how sick is a pick? We're actually going to go back to it a little bit. But like Strowman just keeps up with the play. Howell is hilariously late. Like, why can't you be a see it, throw it guy necessarily? Because the ball needs to be beginning to come out now. No, it needs to come out now. We're late on it. This receiver, whoop. This receiver knows he has to settle because TJ Edwards is in the way. And Strowman jumps in front. And the Bears, is that the first pick of the season? God, I love an interception. I'm just saying, like, there's something so fun about INTs that cannot be replicated with any other play, especially ones like these. Like, whoosh. That's awesome. I love that. Oh, Sanborn picked off Gabbert. Well, sure. Great. That is why 2018 was so fun. Now watch some of these, okay? We'll go to the half. Watch this. Tell me, Q, because I can see you're in here, that this wasn't Dexter versus Kentucky like. Like, we get this rep right here. Explosion. Big man walking through. Like, there's a little of that, like, New York style, I'm walking here. That's the dumbest way I could have said that. It's just a big man driving his legs. Like, just gets up, hands on the center, keep working. I'm bigger than you. And waded through. And that's the thing, Prabhat. I'm not going to beat my chest. I'm not the guy, generally, I really try not to be, that's like, oh, I got this right, or whatever, because I'm going to analyze what I can. When we're wrong, we'll be wrong. But the goal is to be right. The get off thing was always, I thought, a pretty silly topic. Just because you don't see this being a problem in the NFL. And while it was quirky on Florida, like, it wasn't going to remain an issue in the NFL. The bigger problem is how crazy raw Gervin was, because those are the only ways he won pass reps in Florida, too. It wasn't moves. It was just, I'm bigger than you. And I don't know if he can actually win to his left yet. Frankly, sometimes I'm not even certain he can win straight through a guy. He's nearly always winning to his right. The left side reps don't look like they're really there. Credit to you, DeMarcus Walker, by the way. We like to highlight everybody on this show. This looks like a hockey shootout. Reinhardt, how you doing? Like, sweep left, way back inside. Actually, it's just a nice little speed to power rep. Look at that. Like, cut in, bang, hit the tackle, get off him, hit the quarterback. That's just a flat pressure. Good for you, man. And what is this moment? This is Tyreek Stevenson saying, I could take a penalty if I hit him too hard. You're done. Coaching, learning. 3rd and 9. Yes. So if you liked what we talked about earlier, this is the ultimate punch him in the shoulder rep. Like, this is hilarious to me. Watch this. Stand up, punch him in the shoulder, and it works. Like, watch 76's feet. Here's the fist. Takes 2 steps to catch himself. Gervin just works his shoulder around him and dusts him. Big hit on the quarterback. I think this is hilarious. If somebody knows what it's called, you let me know. Like, a lateral rip, I vibe with that. But like, it is just a fist in the shoulder. Like, it works as a lateral rip. I got you, Prabhat. But it's hilarious. Like you're saying, Eric, like, it's not necessarily shifty, this, that, or the other. It's just it's not even power in the traditional sense. A club makes so much sense to Tumultuous. Like, because I've heard the name like a club before, but he's just gonna hit him. And he's got the power to do it. I think it's awesome, especially as a rookie. Like, at this point, you're winning like this against a grown man, right? Even just one rep like this is nice. Josh. Yeah. It's just mass. Club into a swim would be nice for him. Let me see. We're getting closer and closer to one rep I want to highlight before we finish out some offense stuff. And then I'll go to bed, because I have to go to bed. It's a swim with a fist to the face. Ah, heck. I'll just pull it up over here. Let's see. So Pickens does get a 3 technique rep later in the game. And boy, does he deliver. Shot off the line. One arm long. Put that second arm in. Blow through 77. Force a check down. Here, I'll show you to it in real time. And tell me that doesn't look like power, right? Like, to me, this is sick. It's just, he's not going to do it from the 1-tech spot because he needs the one-on-one. More than anything, Pickens really can't handle when he gets helped out against. So at least when he gets the opportunity to attack down this file, you get him being able to just long arm and punish. And this is what we were hoping to see more of with Zach Pickens. Hopefully we see more of it with Zach Pickens later down the stretch, but we'll get there. Give me just a moment. I'm going to grab my phone, make sure everything's all right. No, he really hadn't, Q. He hadn't looked violent nearly at all. But anyways, let's see. Hit one of the red zone. Nice. I'm a Pickens guy. I'm cheering for you, Zach. Let's go through a little more of the offense tape and then we'll call it. Let's go through the fun stuff. So let's see. Where are we? Is it 17 nothing? Yeah, we're 8 minutes left in the second. We're gonna go triple hard count. And I love I like getting Fields on the move. I think in this case, like Fields being on the move in a one-on-one situation like this is ideal. Like I appreciate running the quarterback as a nice changeup, in my opinion. But I don't love exposing Fields to just a bunch of hits. And a play like this doesn't do that near as often. You should be able to get some pancakes because Tevin Jenkins is back in the game. But kudos to Blazing Game for making this work. Spectre, I think it might even be 6 or 7. So it works even better than that. But let's see. Yeah, 7 yards and very easy. Like, this is a great thing to do for exactly that reason. Also, kudos to Boom hitting Cole Kmet over the middle. Simple little concept, at least it seems that way, where they're going to have DJ Moore just streak up the field and they're going to have Cole Kmet sit in the zone. And especially against what sure looks like it's probably going to be some kind of a roll, you're feeling good about being able to you're feeling good about being able to find space. Now, again, could we throw this boom at the break? I mean, very easily. But instead we take a hitch and we throw it and it's still open. Sure, right? It to me, getting obsessed and acting like this is a bad play is silly. Like the play is open and we hit it. The question becomes, is it going to be repeatable when defenses get tighter? Well, your response back to me could easily be, they won't, Robert. The Bears are going up against a bunch of bad defenses. They won't see a good defense until New Orleans. And my response back to that would be, you checkmated me. So that'll do. Whitehair really does botch this, doesn't he? John Ridgway just throws him aside, and then Tevin catches him like a beast. Look at this. Look at this from Tevin Jenkins. 65 gets thrown aside. Tevin just ranges over. Yeah, you know what? Let me just clean that problem right up for you. No worries. I got him. Linebacker maybe would have been a problem, but at least I feel like I've seen too many linebackers get earholed by throws like this. But at the same time, I'm not going to blame any Bears fan for thinking that it could have been a problem because Fields cannot seem to layer throws. I love him, but like underneath defenders are smoking Fields like on balls over the middle. So if he needed an extra step and completes it, sure. Right? Here they're just running the ball. We're going to skip some of the runs for time's sake. Shout out to Mercedes Lewis for being the GOAT. I love a good fake pitch. Like, to me, this action for play action sells a lot, but also doesn't harm the play. Like, you don't have to or turn your shoulders to the defense or like away from the defense. It's, to me, it's just a nice action. It's very theatrical. The problem is that for some reason Kmet and Mooney are like married up on this. I don't know if this is explicitly part of the design, because I mean I guess it is, right? But the way it works out is Kmet and Mooney kind of cover each other. Like, if you had a throwing lane to just Darnell Mooney, you're thinking you might be able to get it through, or like to at least get it through this linebacker. When you boom, plant your feet and turn, maybe you think you can get it. Or maybe Cole Kmet's just supposed to be further across the field so that he can occupy this defender. But he's not, and there's nowhere to go with the ball, so we throw it out of bounds. Chef's kiss. Don't force it if it's not there. Like, that works. Sure. Why not? Whatever. What does Borum do? Borum goes, I've been hit. I must flee. And just runs over to the other side like he's late. You're really getting in my way, pal. Third and 7, we get a little short motion. Oh, yeah. So, something about a draw that actually... So, years ago, calling a draw on third down was the side of being a terrible offense. Then we didn't do it for so long that now calling a draw on third down kind of rules. and it's awesome, right? Because the Commanders are in a too high setup. They've got two guys. Basically, you're looking at a 7-man box. And of the 7-man box, this guy is very easy to come run block because there's no A-gap defender, right? And then if you can sneak Kmet through to like here or something, it's easy, right? And so they run a little bit of a trap action on this to get Nate Davis scooted over, take on Jonathan Allen, release Tevin Jenkins into the wild, and suddenly, like, boom, boom, boom. You're looking at a truth or like a 3-on-2 up the middle, and Herbert just bounces off the end of it to go pick up the yards. Yes. And I'm with you, Q. Like, when you pull off a third down draw, heck yeah. I don't think Kmet blocks the wrong guy, because you have to go you have to take that guy out. That guy's the force defender. But Tevin gets out into space. Herbert does the rest. Yes. This is twice, though, that Kmet ends up sidled up blocking the same guy as somebody else. So it's just something to watch, I guess. Fourth down, tush push. They get it. This play's going to get outlawed. Like, for as neat as it is, the NFL doesn't want 4th and 1 or 4th and 1/2 to be literally automatic. It's just going to make defense that much harder. Here the Bears go sail again. Stop me if you've heard that before, right? And so they'll go sail with ESB coming out and around, and I think it just takes Kmet too long to get through his route, which again, stop me if you've heard that before. No, he's just flat covered. 57 can kind of play in the world of coverage. I don't know how you outlaw it, John. I have no idea, but I'm sure they're going to, like, maybe you make it illegal for offensive players to push the ball carrier, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're going to try to do something. Now, okay, look, I love forget it. Could I theoretically say that there's a clean pocket for Fields to step up into and potentially play make to somewhere? Sure, whatever, but we're playing on time, and I've been asking about that for long enough. So I'm just going to take the win that we went boom, switch, and threw it to our check down. I don't even care that we airmailed it, right? The mindset, the process is better. We're playing faster. It's not there. Get to the check down. If not, you'll live to fight another day. 2nd and 10 is fine, but whatever. It is funny seeing, what is this, Mercedes Lewis and Khalil Herbert just match up Montez Sweat 2-on-2. It actually kind of works. I think we got a sick play coming. Here's another nice Herbert rush. And goodness, talk about snapping issues, right? And then we get the wide handoff out. What is this? Looks like inside zone, but man, just wait till you see this. Yeah, let's just fast forward to here. Tell me 76 doesn't look beautiful on a play like this, right? I mean, 76 looks beautiful anyways, but like hits his man hard, gets out to the second level. You are out of the play, son. And then from there, Herbert just does the rest. Like, I love this. Boom. Tevin Jenkins will go clear you some space. How are you not? How do you not get excited? 3rd and 1. We're just gonna blatantly line up and push it again. Why not? If it works, right? This looks to me like it is a real screen. Like, I don't think this is fake. I guess I don't know. Because Mooney runs a real route. But this whole play looks lost. I won't really get too deep into it, because I could sit here trying to decipher what's going on, but I'm reaching my limit. Good on you, Chase Young, for rushing the passer. I don't know what Tanya was doing, Prabat. Sometimes it's better not to ask. 2nd down. We're going to nail Cole Kmet. 1, 2, 3, out. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Maybe we like the matchup. Sure. I'm not going to complain about targeting Kmet, but 1, 2, 3, out. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Yes. And it's right there. And that's as easy a 5 yards or 6 yards as you're going to find. Thank goodness. 3rd and 4 at the 18. I'm just realizing the Bears did all their cool plays on 3rd and 4. And here's where we get one of the nastiest routes of the day. And that's saying something, because DJ Moore ran some nasty routes. Like, check out Mooney on this. So, first off, one thing I think is really interesting is that this whole play is set up like it's a screen of sorts. So, Mooney is running a route like he's either crossing the middle of the field or blocking, especially with Cole Kmet lined up right here. The Bears basically gussy it like it easily could be a spear screen of some kind. Let me see. And then Darnell Mooney, or what is it, DJ Moore, is running the whip route that would have been open for DJ Moore's touchdown earlier also. Like, boom. If for one reason or another you're not throwing to Mooney, you're hoping that this is there. And honestly, if you want my opinion, if Fields steps into this throw, which would have been hard to do because Chase Young's in his lap, right? But if he steps into this throw and like here's the throw that comes out and he puts just like a little bit less arc on it, I think that Mooney has like an easy catch that just falls into his breadbasket. Instead, the throw makes Mooney slow down a little bit, and that bums me out because when I look at separation like this, I think to myself, you don't need to, like, everybody that I've talked to, a lot of people say, I can't believe Mooney didn't catch this. And I'm like, first off, it's PI. Second off, Mooney is 175 pounds. When did he need to become a contested catch artist? And third, he's open. But we live with it. Like, I'd say it's PI. Like, I'm right there with you, WFM. No argument. But if you're not going to get the play, or if you're not going to get the call, bummer. You wish you did. But, man, it's a sweet route all the same. Looking on the back end, it's Borum that gives this up. And that's just Chase Young being bigger and better. Like, this is a sweet, this is sweet, in my opinion. Sir Lord, I would agree with you if there isn't so much contact. Like, do I expect Mooney to catch it without the DB? Absolutely. But there is a hand in the ball. Like, to me, ideal DB play involves a man, like, catching the football, and then another man, or like the other DB, will put his arm, I hope this makes sense, like underneath the ball. And as the receiver goes to secure it, the DB will just rip his arm out. And so with it goes the ball. So it's PI. Because it's PI, this ball is extremely difficult to catch, in my opinion. Let me see. What were you saying, Eric? Yeah, he just had to slow down. Oh man, censored. I forgot about those. Those are hilarious. Let's see. Would that be better if the ball was intended a bit further for M11 to outrun the DB and catch on the air? Let me see. Would that be better if the ball was intended a bit further for M11 to outrun the DB and catch the edge, or catch on the edge inside shoulder? First of all, yes. Like, that's the other thing. If you're hearing me complaining about the ball's trajectory, it's because we have to slow down for it. Like, to me, once you ask Mooney to body up and make this catch with a guy all over him because he's got his left arm like all the way in there, then I think you're setting him up for failure, especially since when Mooney's got this kind of separation, like, if you're going to do the lofted ball, like, let him run under it. He'll go get it. Or let him run over to the sidelines. He'll go get it. But when we go a little further back, you got to remember Fields is throwing this straight up off his back foot, so he's just kind of getting it in the area. It's a miss, right? Like you're saying, Spectre, I'm not trying to overanalyze. Sometimes, I just want to call this out. Like, oh, come on, censored. No, it doesn't. Like, because he's trying to protect the ball. If he keeps running, if he just keeps running, the ball falls here and he gets to like here. Now, that's not me dunking on you, because I was just about to say, and I agree with you, Q. Like, this is a really, really nice like rep from Nate Davis. But so sometimes we can end up over analyzing throws as I try to prove that something is or isn't the quarterback's fault. And one of these days, I just don't want to care, because that's the thing, Prabat. Like, it's fine. And it would be more fine if we were sure that Fields was or wasn't the guy. Like, we miss sometimes. Whatever, right? It happens. But especially in times like this, it can be really, really common to just overanalyze the snoot out of everything, because we feel like every one of them matters, you know? At the end of the day, I will take that route again and again and again from Darnell Mooney. That's how I see it. Like, if I was coaching Darnell, would I have given him a thumbs up or a thumbs down, or like a thumb in the middle? It's a thumbs up. But I mean, there's a reason he's not a wide receiver one, right? As much as I know I wanted him to be, there's a reason he's not a wide receiver one, and it's plays like that. But the good news is the Bears have a wide receiver one. I can't remember if they let's see. Did they get him with another draw? No, that's just a run play. Man, love this. Like, Bears just call a run for this kind of space. And they're just chewing up Washington's like double three tech formation, as Nate Davis and Cody Whitehair are just going to go take the guy, or take the free yards. And yes, Khalil, this is two. This is twice in back-to-back weeks that Khalil Herbert has decided, you know what? What if I take these guys for a ride, baby? We're just going to keep on going. How many yards is that? So from the initial lockup, boom, let's go with right there. That's the 29-yard line. We are at 5 yards. We are still going. We are still going. That is like 13 yards, which is nuts. That's awesome. John Harbaugh. Do I think we need another receiver? Moore and Mooney is great, but I feel like we need that third guy. Right now, John, we can't handle a third guy. I'm convinced part of what helped the offense by getting rid of Claypool. So I have this weird theory that while I would have absolutely gotten rid of Claypool every time because I just like Mooney better, right? I also think that pairing the paring the offense down to two receivers is part of why this has really worked. Because I think JF1 is doing a little better, pretty much scheming everything around Moore, Mooney, or Kmet. And that's it, right? So if the Bears are getting Marvin Harrison Jr., you're probably going to pop Mooney off just because why wouldn't you, right? Like if Fields likes this style of 1 to 2 receivers, I would love a third guy, but you don't need a third guy if your quarterback isn't going to utilize him because it costs you resources to get that third guy. But that's just my 2 cents. Like you could make it sound like you could make that sound like I'm digging at the quarterback, and I'm not explicitly trying to, but the Bears had a lot of issues keeping mouths fed with 3 receivers and or like it looks like they did, Bob. It looks like they saw right here. Looks like Fields saw the double A or the double three tech right there and said, why don't we just run it? He's totally right. Good front. Awesome run. 1st and 10 out of the eye. Toss play. They don't, Sir Lord. And that's the kind of thing that's going to make receivers mad, for better or for worse. Here's Tev getting lateral. Ain't it just fun watching Tev Jenkins play football? Uh-oh. We got another bot. That's the thing. I'm not saying I think Scott hasn't shown us anything. Scott John has 3 total receiving yards to his name. But at the moment, you definitely don't need to spend a bunch on your third receiver because I mean, why? Right? Another thing that doesn't help anything is that the quick pass game, while relatively well set up, like okay, this is that footwork we were talking about. The answer is yes. Like this is that double slant route from just a couple weeks ago. And somehow the linebacker is going to bite on Herbert. And that window's totally there. Like, what is this? Like, if you threw on the break, frankly, still there. Yeah, maybe it's time to move now. Right? But this slant is totally open. I don't know how much I want that. As an evaluator, I don't know how much I'm supposed to demand that throw get made, to be honest with you. Like, there are some quarterbacks that can, there are some quarterbacks that won't. Most of the quarterbacks that won't aren't going to just immediately run right here. So I love the fact that this double slant, like play call, is well associated. Or not well associated. I love that the double slant play call is going to implicitly move guys out of the way for Fields to then go get you some yards. And like you're saying, Sir Lord, it kind of looked like it. So why did everybody like the fact that we slid in bounds? Is it just to kill some more clock? Like, I thought it was cool. Like, certainly it was heads up football and drained the clock quite a bit. But I'm more just making sure I know why, especially since, ironically enough, is that out of bounds? When does his butt go down? I guess that's the question. But they're going to give it to him because he gave himself up, which kudos. Initiated inbounds is a good way to put that. It is the start of the slide. And then, hey, maybe the best route of Kmet's life. I don't even know if I'm playing. Like, it's a super simple route. It's just an in with a little jerk on at the route stem. But Cole Kmet, big number 85, pop, separation. Yes. Make it easy on your guy. Bop. Yes. Yes. Like, and it's thrown very well in time. You don't have to throw any earlier than this. Cross his face, rip it, boom. Right. Reinhardt, it did feel like Rivera was in the camp of, I can take these timeouts home with me, which obviously you can't. So then 27 points. Bears go into like a clock kill mindset. This happens. I'll just show it once. Because we're officially in the wind down. I want to see if I can't shut this thing down by 12:10. Love you guys, but I can't do it. Get more what specifically? Timeouts. Yeah, they roll over. It's like cell phone minutes. Darnell Wright eating. Like, check out number 58 here. Just ripping through. Like, go, Darnell Wright, yeah. Says, your career is over, Emmanuel Forbes. And then he looks for a second block, which I think is awesome. Like, I love, just hitting him. Glitch, you talk about having kiddos. And yes, Sir Lord, Emmanuel Forbes had a bad day. Sir Lord, it's awesome. It's awesome. Or not Sir Lord, in this case, that was Reinhardt. Like, Nate Davis has a good little game. I mean, good enough. Because it's so funny. PFF grades and whatnot are going to knock all the different times that Nate Davis gets bullied. Like, Q, how do you score this? This kind of thing. Because, like, not specifically this play, but Nate Davis got killed in this game because Deron Payne is better than him. And my thought is, yeah, he's better than you. Like, what did you think our guy that we paid $10 million in unrestricted free agency was going to body Deron Payne, who's getting paid $20 million? Like, are you kidding me? Like, there's some of this where I almost feel like PFF at moments can lack necessary context, because as silly as it sounds, yeah, I mean, I care a lot whether Nate Davis is going to like flat lose like we've seen Borum do with Chase a couple times here, versus doing a lot of what he did, which is like controlled losing and setting himself up to not get just whitewashed and allow a chip to be continually unhelpful. Like, it's like you're saying, Q, to me, that win ugly or lose dirty is so core. I think that's so important. Where when you get beat flush, there's nothing that, I mean, you're basically of no help, right? Slam, I thought Fields did fine. I mean, he had a couple plays where he had a couple blown coverages that he took advantage of. He had a couple of, what you would call it, like little zone hitters that were like 4 and 5 yards. We didn't like throw into the teeth of a zone nearly ever. We just had a Cole Kmet curl where we did, though. And then when in doubt, Fields just here, it looks like, are we running the sale again? And I mean, I guess Mooney's open at the very least. But Nate Davis, after all that talk, this is the worst. Like, this is the worst rep of Nate Davis's game. Just rip by. See, that is what I'm used to. That to me is normal Bears offensive line play. Not that Nate Davis is normal Bears offensive line play, but when I look at PFF grades in the 40s, I think getting smoked. And I thought that Nate Davis was much better than that in this game. He just drew one of the hardest matchups on the field. And that's wild to say, because Jonathan Allen, Chase Young, like Montez Sweat, all on this field. But that's one of the hardest matchups on the field, if you ask me. Like, Deron Payne's a beast. Here's a really nice little play against, it's honestly hard to tell if it's like cover 3 or like a cover 1 kind of thing, because it could easily be man. But even so, little quick game. Boom. To a shuffle. Ball out. Yes. Yes, please. Like, Jordan, I'm curious. And by the way, you're welcome. Thank you for saying that. But like, I thought this little Brady shuffle to a shuffle was awesome. Like, just including it for plays exactly like these. Like, pop, shuffle, ball is out on time enough. At least the route isn't over yet. So this one, we're probably flat on time. And now we go 2nd and 10 to 3rd and 4. And the Commanders know that we have that in our bag. So now they have to defend the middle just a little better. And maybe just true zone won't work as well. This is something to develop on, by the way. I'm curious to see how far Fields can take that one-step shuffle, because as the line adds Tevin Jenkins back, like, I'm not saying they're going to be like good, but they're certainly going to be better than I think some people expected. And that's all you could ask for. Here, Fields is, this one. Oh, man. John, we need a new coach. You need a better offensive line. Or you need a better defensive line, flat out. Like, as good as Billings is, you got to be able to rush the passer, regardless of what you're doing. Now, but it'll come in time. We got enough time to talk about that. So let me see who loses to create the pressure. Oh, Whitehair gets rocked and he recovers, but like, it's always wild watching big shove. Like, yikes, man. That's Deron Payne. Not surprised. And then here's Wright doing that same thing we talked about earlier, where you can see the kick step. It's just not that fast, right? In the world of rookie stuff, you can see a false step right there where he has to catch his balance. And now he's late. So he leans. So he holds. Legal hold, though. And it saves the play. I'm not even playing with you. Like, if you're going to beat Darnell Wright, you're going to have to beat him with speed going around the long way. And this is a great rep by Montez Sweat, who's very, very good. But it like Fields plus the is 3 small, like a kick step type Reinhardt. Because if you know more about offensive line play than I do, I believe you. But it's nice to see that Wright, even when he's losing, isn't losing horribly. And man, oh man, oh man, I can't tell you how much I love that we're trying the give and go. I can't tell you how sad it makes me that we didn't hit it. Like, this is all over NFL Twitter if you place the ball literally any better. And what a shame. Because, like, Herbert has time to pick it up and go running. Like, if he catches this, he can stop, for crying out loud. But I love the give and go mentality. I think that kind of thing is going to be open. Let's see. DW destroy the DB when he pulls left. Is it on this play? Oh, that already happened, censored. That only just happened too. You must have walked away when we saw that. But he smoked him. But I think Herbert might have housed that, at least potentially. But then Herbert gets hurt, which sucks. Do we know the extent of the injury yet? Because I've been in a film hole and don't actually know. But is he done for the year? Because people are talking like he's done for the year. Or is he just on IR? It's wild, by the way, to think about how close this felt. Like 27-11 felt like we are about to blow this game. And I thought that it was just a hilarious experience watching this, where I was like, we have a 16-point lead, and I am certain we are about to give this thing up, despite the fact that the offense was legitimately moving. Just goofy. Fields goes pop, 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 pop. Maybe we were going to throw deep downfield. Hard to tell. Could this have been open? Sure, maybe. Like, let's see. Huh. I don't know. There's a point where a guy like John Ridgway is going to make a play. Could we have thrown this with anticipation? You tell me. I'll leave it to you. Because you could maybe argue that go balls are exactly the kinds of balls that you throw a little early, but whatever. Like, I'm not going to pin anything on him because I'm not trying to. Not in this case. Ridgeway's just going to beat Whitehair. Whitehair looks so done. I hate saying that, but he totally does. And then as much as I like Jatiri Carter, he needs some work. Like, second year player coming out of the super duper late rounds. He's just not ready for Jonathan Allen yet. And I mean, who is, to be fair? But like, you're gonna get beat sometimes by a player that's just flat out better than you. And Whitehair looks like he's just got nothing left sometimes. This is that pile drive. I am pretty shocked that this wasn't a flag, but I'm not here to complain about the refs. Uh, it just felt like a straight up suplex, which I was like, oh my gosh. And like you're saying, Reinhardt, I couldn't help but think the exact same thing. That Carter versus Tevin was massive. I mean, this play's also hilarious, by the way. We're gonna work fairly quick. Nobody on the top of your screen has any idea what's going on. Like, nobody. Watch this one again. Pop. I mean, like, Mooney and Moore don't even run a route. They just, whatever. Straight up take a play off. This is an interesting question on what's going to happen with Brian Flores, because this linebacker is going to streak through this open hole. Bears look like they're running, you could call it sail, you could call it a smash like, but that's the route combination. And just nobody's there yet. Maybe Kmet's going to be, but you need a little bit before you're going to throw that. You could throw with anticipation, but you'd be asking to get picked off, to be honest with you, just because it's so early. It's so early. If you completed that, you would be a dadgum hero. And then what's afterwards? Yeah, you're telling me, right? High-low. Jordan, that's where sometimes football terminology can go from, oh yeah, this is kind of overcomplicated jargon. Why do we do this? To actively, you made me mad now. Because people will go, no, that's not a sail, that's a deep out. And I'm like, who cares? I need to be able to know what you're talking about. Not that you're so special and you know that, right? This isn't biology. This isn't so many like little bitty, like, we're not surgeons out here. If the whole reason terminology exists in the first place is so that when I tell you the linebackers are mugging up the A gaps, you know what that looks like. Like, if I told you the linebackers are mugging up the A gaps out of a standard cover two, or out of what's going to become a cover two alignment with two high safeties in an under front facing the left hand side, or like facing two tight ends that are on the left hand side of the offense, now you know what we're saying, right? And that's the whole point to me about the terminology is just enough to know. Who cares what the concept is? If you know what the concept does, good enough. Is it Yankee? Is it this, that? Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, a stop route versus a curl, a comeback route versus this. Like, I've seen both, Reinhardt, because there are some people that call a sail just a straight up route and others that don't. Did the Bears false start here? This is when they just go backwards for a while, huh? 3rd and 20. Feels a good job to just get the ball out. Fields running the ball. Sorry to skip it. I am out of gas. So this really was tumultuous. It's like, Fields better now versus a Mirage. Slam, a perfect example. Like, we'll come back to this. What am I at? 40-33. Let me find the play. I don't think that there's a better example for this than the play that ices the game, which we might as well just talk about. Because first of all, it's super badass. They run it twice. I think it's this, right? Yep. So is Fields better? Honest to God, you tell me. Like, they're just going to run a stop route up top. They're going to have DJ Moore just go beat whoever this DB is to go make a play. Do we throw it on time? I mean, on time, right? Like, if a little late, could we start to throw any sooner than this? We sure might be able to. But to be fair to Fields, you go in the slow-mo, and a lot of this one in particular is just his release, right? Like, we are beginning to throw before we are out of the break, which for Justin Fields is a little bit of a victory, right? And so then he just freaking rips it. And what I'll give him some credit for, Reinhardt, is whether it's on purpose or on accident, if he throws this ball to DJ Moore, it is a pick six. Instead, he throws this ball to the outside shoulder of DJ Moore and lets DJ go back to get it, which protects the ball, right? And so where I'll give Fields credit is that if he can keep winning with ball placement to make up for tardiness, that's a recipe. And so then 29 jumps up to go make the play. He simply cannot reach the football. DJ Moore comes up with a catch that we've all watched at least a bunch of times, right? And then see you later. Goodbye, right? Touchdown. I was about to say a glitch. I know you have. But like you're saying, Sir Lord, it's like at first you think, oh, wow, Fields got really lucky. It's a well-placed football. I still think that if you're going to run this kind of thing on third down against an NFL corner, we have to be throwing the ball a little sooner. I don't care really how you do it. Do you do it because you're one of these quarterbacks that has this insane release? Maybe. But eventually a corner could easily pick you off, and holy smokes, just pointing this out. Like, just pointing this out. Because A-Song, I'm with you. But if Fields throws an interception here, none of us feel good. Because if Fields throws an interception here and this ball gets taken back to the house, like the Bears possess the ball, suddenly the score is 30-27, and I mean game on. Like, you got to remember that there's already been a Washington fumble, there's already been a Washington missed field goal. Like, if the Bears had gambled on the outside throw and it does get picked off, I kind of wish I was kidding. It's the bootleg fumble all over again. And I'm not saying that it definitely ices the game, but it becomes a how on earth does this keep happening? How on earth does this keep happening? Like, and so, and that's the thing, Reinhardt. It's huge that it didn't. It's a perfect football. I don't know. To answer your question from earlier, gosh, let me see. The username was, let me see, Slam. Is it Slam? To answer your question, we're just going to need more games before we know whether comfortable Fields is also a very viable NFL quarterback. Because what Fields is good at. Like, this is a sweet placement, and it's a good enough fastball. Rip. Now, this is 2 games against 2 pretty bad defenses, and the Vikings defense isn't good either. But is that a caveat? Well, I mean, the Buffalo Bills are putting up massive yards on nearly everybody. So good defenses, bad defenses. And you do get plenty of bad defenses on your schedule, and all those stats count. So there's this aspect of, like, especially statistically, it counts as much as anything else. Will this help us beat a good team? I don't know. We'll see. Like, to me, your friendly neighborhood tape analyst, we really let DJ Moore run a stop route to win the game on us. Like, can we all agree that Jack Del Rio, that Jack Del Rio allowing DJ Moore to just run over this Washington team was criminal? Like, I say this lovingly, make him beat you. Make this line beat you. They might be able to, but against your defensive line, like, at least make them win a matchup that you actually like. The moment that you allow DJ Moore to exist without a bracket is bananas to me. Just because, like, what? I mean, in this case, they're massively overplaying the run. They've got an 8-man box. It's part of why the Bears are throwing the way that they are. But 230 yards is, to me, unacceptable. Like, I love DJ Moore. Switching hats, putting on my Commander's hat, no, that doesn't work. Like, we can't win this way. And I imagine, now, I haven't seen it. Like, I'd need to go back and watch the Eagles tape. If anybody has watched the Eagles tape, you let me know, but I'm not watching it tonight. I'm curious how they kept A.J. Brown in check, if at all. Because Flores, I cannot imagine Flores being so silly as to just let the Bears' best offensive player, take over the game. That would be ridiculous. And so I don't know what's going to happen. It could easily be a shootout. And I mean, Reinhardt, that makes sense just because nobody's really stopping AJ Brown right now. There's, oh man, this play. We'll go really fast. Empty set. Funky little play, just a slot fade. Dude goes out and catches it. So, not Forbes, Sir Lord, because Jack Del Rio didn't keep AJ Brown in check. But how did Flores potentially keep AJ Brown in check? Sounds like he didn't. Prabat. So that's huge. Because I thought that was this play was emblematic to me of everything Fields did well, which is to say, just keep the Bears out of disaster. Like so many plays could have gone so much worse, but they didn't. Fields saved that one, saved another one with the intentional grounding. That one's sad. We're going to fix this. No, the Commanders, like AJ Brown, smoked them, which is, I don't want to say part of why DJ Moore smoked them, but they now have a track record of letting wide receiver ones do whatever they want. It's Flores that I'm so interested. Give me just a minute, friends. And that's the thing. That's the thing, Prabat. If Darnell Mooney comes in and rips up the Vikings, Flores would go, okay, he beat us. But it's DJ Moore that just can't do it, right? Let's see, a 3-down drop 8. Huh. Okay. Interesting. But so, let's see, there's one other play that we need to cover. I guess one play on offense, one play on defense. Oh, we got to look at this one because this is that play. So 2 plays on offense then. We get the stop route to DJ Moore. And man, is he separating or what on these? Like, here he is again, just a basic stop route. Come out. Same thing he did earlier. Just full go, hard stop. Throw comes out. Moore just catches it. And I love this, by the way. Look at the way he catches it so that he can just spin in the air and take off. Pretty much, Reinhardt. I wasn't going to say it because I felt like it would have been chiding too much. Now, all 22 review survey says he's out, if you ask me. But it's still cool. Still very cool. Run the ball. Run the ball. This play made me sad. Because, you know, DJ Moore's run a lot of great routes in this game. Tell me this one isn't the best. Tell me this one isn't the best. Boom. Stop. Go. You're toast. Like, this is dirty. This is filthy stuff. Like, full sprint, hard stop, reaccelerate, see you later. And it's thrown perfectly on time. At least as I've seen them, hit the back of his drop, crow hop, and throw. Now, sometimes I'll tell you what, Fields' crow hop and throw can take an awfully long time. But I won't complain about it again. So anytime I'm pointing it out, it's because I'm basically asking a whole bunch of questions that I need to know the answer to eventually. But at the end of the day, if it keeps throwing for 300 yards and four TDs, I won't really care. But it is awesome. Awesome. Just seeing the Bears have receivers so open. Some of this is JDR magic, but some of this is the Bears just have talent out on the edges, which is awesome. Bummer we missed it. If we get the Mooney sail route, the Mooney touchdown, and this play, Fields has 7 touchdowns on the day, which is outrageous. I guess 6, because the Mooney touchdown would have technically taken another touchdown away. But exactly like you're saying, Eric, he had those numbers, and the offense still left room for improvement. Now, there's one other play that we have to cover simply because it's just mandatory. Like, I don't make the rules. You don't make the rules. The only other play we got to look at is Billings' superstar blitz, which is just so funny looking. Like, seeing Andrew Billings with this big old space in the middle of the defense. Where do you think number 97 needs to be? But it works out as just this cutting edge blitz off the sideline. I'm curious which Tampa game you mean in that case, Reinhardt. If only because I actually don't know. But let's see here. I'm not remembering another Tampa game. And yeah, Billings can just run. Now, it obviously sucks that nobody reroutes the number 2 receiver and he just runs straight into space. Like, I don't know if that's a Strowman problem or whatever, but like, he just streaks into open space. Of course, our safety is still scared to death of anybody being near him. He's running away like that's his only job. Boom. 5th down. Yes. Yes. That was wild. You mean that one way back in 2019? I remember they were low key balling, had guys made plays. Yes, that Tampa game. I like that comparison. I think that comparison makes a lot of sense. But, anyways, friends, thank you so much for hanging out. I am going to go to sleep, but it's going to be a really interesting stretch of Bears football. Really interesting. I'll tell you what. If there's anything, just as we wrap up here, that I felt like I felt about this game. By the way, like the stream if you haven't already. We're at 64 likes. I can use any piece of support that I get. I really appreciate you. Let your friends know. Bring people in to watch the channel. Let me know what kind of content that you want to see more of. I'm happy to make it. The long and short of this game is that anytime, everybody, that in this game, I feel like we saw a lot of talent across the Bears roster. Tyreek Stevenson coming into his own. Terrell Smith figuring it out. TJ Edwards, we're working it. Andrew Billings, obviously. Gervon Dexter finding it a little bit. Like, there's plenty of issues across the roster, but then you flip on the offensive side of the field, and excuse me, like, we've got 3 out of 5 of our starting offensive linemen we actually kind of like. That's a new record as far as what I've seen in the last decade. And then you add the fact that Borum and Whitehair can hold water at times. Okay, we're cooking with gas. Let alone if Braxton gets back anytime soon, like, you're talking about a decent offensive line. And DJ Moore and Darnell Mooney, and even Cole Kmet, good days from pretty much everybody. Not good productive days from everybody. But to me, it's funny you mentioned that censored, not not that you're wrong, right? About like JF1 can improve. Absolutely, he can. There's plenty left on the field, but he hit quite a bit. The other thing that I would look at with this game in particular is the supporting cast looks definitively good enough. I think that's really exciting. I think the fact that we can look at this team and say the offensive line, the pass catchers, the running backs, when they're healthy, this works. Like, you could insert, not going to go there. I guess I'll go there to make the point, right? Whether it's Justin Fields in 2024 or a rookie quarterback, this is a great foundation to build a legitimate offense from that a quarterback could have viable success in so that we don't have to spend more time in March and April telling ourselves, well, what quarterback could possibly play well in this system, right? And so we'll see. But no, I'm with you, Censored. It's more to say that, like, I'm intrigued to see what comes next, but I got to get some sleep. So bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me. I will see you guys soon. A glitch.